The Excelsior reports a study by environmental groups, presented to President Salinas, which claimed that 100,000 children die daily from pollution in the Mexico City area, in addition to millions suffering from pollution-induced disease, which it has reduced life expectancy by approximately 10 years. The main culprit is the emissions of lead and sulfur due to the activity of the national petrochemical company Pemex, which is exempt from the controls imposed throughout the world. One of the advantages of production in the Third World that does not go unnoticed to investors. The Mexican Ministry of Urban Development and the Environment described the situation as truly catastrophic, the Excelsior further reports. Estimating that less than 10% of the Mexican territory can sustain a minimally productive agriculture because of environmental degradation, while water resources are dangerously low. Many areas are becoming a true museum of horrors due to pollution, due to the blind pursuit of profit. The Secretariat estimates, on the other hand, that more than 90% of the industry in the Valley of Mexico, where there are more than 30,000 factories, violates the global criteria. And, in the chemical industry, more than half of the workforce suffers irreversible damage to the respiratory system. Maud Barlow, director of a Canadian think tank, reports the results of her investigation of sweatshops, built by Fortune 500s to prey on desperate people, for profits hard to match elsewhere. They found factories full of teenage girls, some as young as 14, working in eye-threatening and grossly repetitive jobs for wages well below what is necessary for even a minimal standard of living. Typically, companies send the most dangerous jobs here because the criteria for chemicals are lax or non-existent. In one plant, he writes, we all experienced headaches and nausea after spending an hour on the assembly line and saw young girls working near open barrels of toxic waste without wearing any face protection. Unions are banned and there is no shortage of desperate people to fill the position of those who are not happy, or do not meet the quotas, or fall ill or become pregnant. The delegation took pictures of lagoons of bubbling black toxic waste dumped by factories in an industrial park, following them where they flowed into a crude, untreated sewer and became a creek that ran through shantytown camps, where children full of sores drank Pepsi Cola in bottles, until it emptied into the Tijuana River. We have already noted the economic and political situation in Colombia, another success story of capitalist democracy only spoiled by the drug cartels. A study by Evan Valianatos of the U.S. Government Office of Technology Assessment amplifies the dimensions of the victory achieved here. He writes that the history of Colombia in the 20th century. It is, above all, stained with the blood of the poor peasants, analyzing the horrific record of atrocities and massacres to keep the bulk of the population in their place. The United States aid program, the Ford Foundation and others have tried to address the situation of the rural population. Refining the widely discredited trickle-down technology and knowledge transfer process, investing in the elite, and relying on competition, private property, and the free market mechanism, a system in which the big fish eats the boy, as a poor farmer observes. These policies have made the dire situation even worse, giving rise to the greatest inequalities that the beast in man has ever made possible. It is not just the rural poor who have suffered beyond their strength. To illustrate the type of development favored by transnational corporations and technocrats, Valianatos presents us with the example of the small industrial city of Yumbo, which is rapidly losing its habitability conditions for human beings due to uncontrolled pollution. The deterioration and the corrosive slums in which the exhausted humanity of the city has nothing but abandonment. Brazil is another country with rich resources and potential, subjected for a long time to European influence and, later, to North American intervention, especially since the Kennedy era. However, we cannot simply speak of Brazil. There are two different Brazils. In an academic study of the Brazilian economy, Peter Evans writes that the fundamental conflict in Brazil is between the 1 or perhaps 5% of the population who comprise the elite and the 80% who have been excluded from the Brazilian model developmental. The Brazilian newspaper Veja reports on these two Brazils, the first modern and westernized, the second plunged into the deepest misery. 70% of the population consumes fewer calories than Iranians, Mexicans, or Paraguayans. About half of the population has family incomes below the minimum wage. For 40% of the population, the median annual wage is $287, while inflation is skyrocketing and even the bare necessities are out of reach. A World Bank report on the Brazilian education system compares it unfavorably to those of Ethiopia and Pakistan, with an 80% dropout rate in primary school, rising illiteracy, and declining budgets. The Ministry of Education reports that the government spends about a third of the education budget on school meals, since most students either eat at school or do not eat at all. The South newspaper, which describes itself as the business magazine of the developed world, reports on Brazil under the headline "The Underside of Paradise." Brazil, a country with enormous wealth, no security concerns, a relatively homogeneous population and a favorable climate, has, however, problems. The problem is that this horn of plenty is inhabited by a population that endures social conditions that are among the worst in the world. 2/3 of it do not have enough to eat. Brazil has a higher infant mortality rate than Sri Lanka, a higher illiteracy rate than Paraguay, and worse social indicators than many much poorer African countries. Fewer children complete primary school than in Ethiopia, fewer are vaccinated than in Tanzania and Botswana. 32% of the population lives below the poverty level. 7 million abandoned children beg, steal, and sniff glue on the streets. For millions of people, home is a shack in a slum, a room in the slums, or, increasingly, a piece of land under a bridge. The fraction of national income corresponding to the poor classes is steadily declining, which probably assigns Brazil the highest concentration of income in the world. It does not have a progressive income tax or capital gains tax, but it does have runaway inflation and a huge foreign debt, while participating in a Marshall Plan in reverse, in the words of former President José Sarney, referring to the payment of the debt. It would be fair to add that the authorities are concerned about the growing problem of homeless people and hungry children and are trying to reduce their numbers. Amnesty International reports that death squads, often under the direction of the police, are killing children on the streets at a rate of 1 a day, while many other children, forced to be on the streets to support their families, they are being beaten and tortured by the police. Reuters, citing AI. In Brazil, poor children are treated with distaste by the authorities, risking their lives just by being on the streets, AI said. Most torture is practiced in police custody or in state institutions. Few complaints from victims or witnesses due to fear of the police, and the few cases that are investigated judicially lead to sentences of little importance. 0. For 3/4 of the population in this cornucopia, conditions in Eastern Europe are unreachable dreams, another triumph of the free world. A UN report on human development places Brazil, with the 8th largest economy in the world, in 18th place in terms of general well-being, in terms of education, health, hygiene, near Albania, Paraguay, and Thailand. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, announced on October 18 that more than 40% of the population, nearly 53 million people, are hungry. The Brazilian Ministry of Health estimates that hundreds of thousands of children die of hunger every year. Let us remember that all these are conditions that occur on the 23rd anniversary of the most decisive victory of freedom in the middle of the 20th century, Lincoln Gordon, ambassador of the United States in Brazil at that time. Namely, the overthrow of parliamentary democracy by US-backed Brazilian generals, who subsequently praised the economic miracle achieved by the neo-Nazi national security state they established. In the months before the generals' coup, Washington assured its traditional military allies of support and aid, as the military was essential to the strategy aimed at limiting the leftist excesses of the elected Goulart government, the ambassador cabled Gordon to the State Department. The United States actively supported the coup, preparing to intervene directly if its help was needed for what Gordon described as the democratic rebellion of the generals. This de facto ouster of the president-elect was a great victory for the free world, Gordon reported, adding that it should create a much more conducive environment for private investment. American labor leaders claimed their due share of the credit for overthrowing the parliamentary regime, while the new government proceeded to crush the labor movement and subordinate the poor and working people to the compelling needs of business interests, especially foreign ones. Secretary of State Dean Rusk. He justified the recognition of the regime by the United States on the basis that the succession took place there as provided for by the Constitution, which had just been blatantly violated. The United States proceeded to provide copious amounts of aid as torture and repression increased, vestiges of constitutional government faded, and the climate for investors improved under the rule of what Washington proclaimed as democratic forces. The situation of the poor in Brazil continues to worsen as austerity measures are imposed according to the usual IMF formula in an effort to somehow address this catastrophe of capitalism. The same thing happens in Argentina, where the Christian Democratic Party asked its members to resign from the Council of Ministers in March 1990 in order not to validate, with their presence in the government, the anti-popular economic measures of the regime. In another protest against these measures, the party expelled the current economy minister. Experts say that the socio-economic situation has become unsustainable and that a third of the population lives in extreme poverty. The fate of Argentina is addressed in a Washington Post chronicle written by Eugene Robinson. Argentina, one of the 10 richest countries in the world at the beginning of the century, with abundant resources and great advantages, is becoming a third world country, observes Robinson. Around a third of its 31 million inhabitants live below the poverty level. 18,000 children die each year before their first birthday, most from malnutrition and preventable diseases. The capital, formerly considered the most elegant and European city on this side of the Atlantic, is surrounded by an ever-widening belt of slums, called Villas Miserias, or Villas de Miseria, where houses they are cobbled shacks and the sewers are open pits. Here, too, IMF-style reforms have made life even more precarious for the poor. Robinson's article is the partner of another entitled A Glimpse into the Lower Depths, a glimpse of the greatest depths, dedicated to a mining town in the Soviet Union. Said article, subtitled A Mining Town on the Steppes, reveals the whole sick system, a mining town on the steppes. Reveals the inadequacy of the system, emphasizes the comparison with capitalist success. The article on Argentina, however, says nothing about any unsuitable system. The catastrophe in Argentina and the general economic malaise in Latin America are loosely attributed to economic mismanagement. Once again the usual pattern, their crimes reveal their evil nature, ours are the result of personal failures and the poor human material with which we are forced to work. David Felix concludes that Argentina's decline is a consequence of political factors such as prolonged class struggle and lack of national commitment on the part of the Argentine elite, which took advantage of the free market policies of the bloodthirsty military dictatorship. These led to a massive redistribution of income to the rich and a sharp decline in per capita income, along with a huge increase in debt as a result of capital flight, tax evasion, and consumer spending of the wealthy beneficiaries of the system. In essence, Reaganomics *. In oil-rich Venezuela, about 40% of the population lives in extreme poverty, according to official figures, and the food situation is considered hypercritical, reported the Chamber of Food Industries in 1989. Malnutrition is so common that it often goes unrecorded in medical records, according to hospital officials, who warn that the future is horrible. Prostitution has also increased, reaching a level of approximately 170,000 women or more, according to the Ministry of Health. The ministry also reports an innovation, apart from the classic prostitution of low-income women. Many managers, secretaries and housewives and college students escort tourists and executives for a weekend, sometimes earning up to around $150 per contact. Likewise, child prostitution is growing and is today extremely widespread, along with the ill treatment of minors. The brutal exploitation of women is a common feature of Economic miracles in the realms of capitalist democracy. The huge flow of women from Thailand's impoverished rural areas to serve the prostitution industry, one of the most successful elements in the economic takeoff triggered by the Indochina Wars. It is one of the many features of the free world's triumph that go unnoticed. The savage working conditions for young women mostly from rural areas is notorious. Of the young women, because, of the rest, few are capable of resisting these working conditions or survive to continue with it. Pinochet's Chile is another famous success story. Antonio Garza Morales reports in the Excelsior that the social cost paid by the Chilean people is the highest in Latin America, with the number of poor people growing from 1 million after Allende to 7 million today, while the population has remained stable at 12 million. The leader of the Christian Democratic Party, Senator Anselmo Sewell, who returned from exile, says that economic growth has been achieved that benefits 10% of the population. Pinochet's official institutions admit this, but that it has not been possible to increase the development. Unless the economic disaster for the majority is remedied, we are finished, he adds. According to David Felix, Chile, which took particularly heavy hits in the period 1982 to 1984, is growing today more rapidly than during the previous decade of the Chicago Boys, captivated by the free market ideology that is, in reality, highly beneficial to some, the rich, essentially including foreign investors. Chile's recovery, argues Felix, may be due to the combination of a severe wave of repression by the Pinochet regime, a cunningly conducted rescue of the failing private sector by the economic team that replaced the disgraced Chicago Boys, and access to unusually generous loans by financial institutions international, highly impressed by the favorable climate for business operations. Environmental degradation is also a serious problem in Chile. The Chilean magazine APSA devoted a recent issue to the environmental crisis accelerated by radical neoliberalism in the aftermath of the USPACT coup that toppled parliamentary democracy. Recent studies show that around half of the country is turning into a desert, a problem that seems much more remote than the daily poisoning of those who live in Santiago, the capital, which competes with Sao Paulo, Brazil, and Mexico City for the major award. Contamination of the hemisphere, of the world, says the magazine. The liquid that comes out of the millions of taps in the houses and alleys of Santiago has levels of copper, iron, magnesium, and lead that exceed the maximum tolerable standards by several times. The lands that produce the fruit and vegetables of the metropolitan region are irrigated with water that multiplies by 1,000 the maximum number of acceptable coliform bacilli, due to which Santiago has levels of hepatitis, typhoid, and parasites that are not seen in any another part of the continent. 1 in 3 children in the capital has parasites. Economists and environmentalists attribute the problem to the development model, essentially to its transnational style, in which the most important decisions tend to be taken outside the scope of the countries themselves, consistent with the function assigned to the Third World, meeting the needs of the industrial West. The custom is to attribute the problems of Eastern Europe to the wrong system, which is quite accurate, ignoring the catastrophes of capitalism or, on the rare occasions when problems are noted, attributing them to something other than the system, which consistently causes them. Latin American economists are generally ignored, but some of them have been useful in ideological warfare and have therefore achieved respectability in American political culture. One example is Francisco Mayorga, a PhD in economics from Yale University and chief economist of the USPACT UNO coalition, who became one of the most respected commentators on Nicaragua because he could be quoted in connection with the debacle caused by Sandinista mismanagement. He remained a favorite by becoming the economic czar after a UNO victory in the 1990 elections, although he disappeared when he was replaced after the failure of his highly vaunted recovery policies, which failed largely because of reluctance of the United States, since the UNO government was not at all harsh and brutal enough for Washington's liking. But Mayorga was never quoted in relation to what he actually wrote about the Nicaraguan economy, which is very interesting. His doctoral thesis at Yale in 1986 is a study of the consequences of the development model of the Somoza regime, backed by the United States, and the probable consequences of alternative political options for the 1980s. He concludes that in 1978, the economy was on the verge of collapse because of the exhaustion of the agro-industrial model and the monetarist paradigm favored by the United States. This model had given rise to enormous debt and insolvency, and the drastic decline in the terms of trade that was just around the corner was clearly going to deal a crucial blow to the agribusiness model developed in the previous 3 decades, leading inexorably to an economic decline in the 1980s. The immense costs of the repression carried out by Somoza in 1978 to 1979 with the support of the United States and the war with the Contras made the inexorable even more destructive. Mayorga estimates capital flight from 1977 to 1979 at $5,000 million and calculates the direct economic burden of the war from 1978 to 1984 at more than $3,300 million. This figure, he notes, is 1.5 times the peak level of the country's GDP in 1977, a year of exceptional wealth due to the destruction of the Brazilian coffee crop, and is therefore commonly used by American propagandists, including some who masquerade as experts, as a basis for demonstrating Sandinista failures. The trajectory of the economy since 1980, concludes Mayorga, was the result of the collapse of the agro-industrial export model, the severe decline in the terms of trade and the unsustainable burden of the 1978 to 1979 war and later the war with the Contras. His study ends before the U.S. embargo further exacerbated the crisis. The Sandinista policies, he concludes, did not deal effectively with the inexorable collapse. They had a favorable impact on production and a negative effect on rural wages and agricultural profits, favoring industrial profits and redistributing the income of the sector. Rural to urban. If there had been no war and no change in the economic regime, his studies show, the Nicaraguan economy would have fallen into a deep economic decline. 0. As these conclusions are useless or worse, Mayorga's work on the Nicaraguan economy falls into the same oblivion as other research on the catastrophes of capitalism. This example is notable because of Mayorga's prominence at the same time, while he was able to develop a propaganda function. 3. The fruits of victory, the Caribbean. Brazil and Chile are not the only countries to be praised for their achievements after U.S. intervention put them on the right track. Another is the Dominican Republic. After the last invasion under Lyndon Johnson in 1965 and a dose of death squads and torture, democratic forms were established, and Western commentators have taken great pride in the peaceful transfer of power, or rather, of government authority, put that the power was in other hands. The economy is stagnant and close to bankruptcy, public services function only intermittently, poverty is endemic, malnutrition is on the rise, and the living standards of the poor are on the decline. In the capital, the electricity supply is cut 4 hours a day, water is only available for 1 hour a day in many areas. Unemployment is growing, the external debt has reached $4 billion, the trade deficit in 1989 was $1 billion higher than the $700 million the previous year. Estimates of the number of people who have fled illegally to the United States are in the order of 1 million. Without the groups of Dominicans working in Puerto Rico and on U.S. soil for the most part illegally, the country could not survive, reports the London Economist. American investors, aided by Woodrow Wilson's and later Johnson's invasions, controlled most of the economy for a long time. Today, foreign investment in 17 free trade zones is lured by 15-year tax breaks and average wages of 65 cents an hour. Some are delighted by the situation in the Dominican Republic, reports South, quoting U.S. Ambassador Paul Taylor and providing some factual basis for his cheery view of the prospects. Optimists point to the existing political and labor harmony in the Dominican Republic, the substantial pool of cheap labor and transport, banking, and communication services as strong and constant incentives for investors. In fact, as one Dominican factory manager observes, Anyone who joins a union here knows that he will lose his job and that he will never work in the free trade zone again. As in Brazil and elsewhere, the American Institute for Free Labor Development, IFLD, the foreign affairs arm of the AFL-CIO supported by government and big business, it has helped discourage hostile union activity in order to help American companies maximize their profits, reports South. Everywhere within the Caribbean basin we find a very similar picture, including Grenada, also freed by the benevolence of the United States and later returned to its proper state, see Chapter 4, above, paragraph beginning, not bringing up the subject demanded. The United States followed a somewhat different path to ensure virtuous behavior in Jamaica. The careerists led by Social Democrat Michael Manley and the People's National Party, PNP, sought to explore the forbidden path of independent development and social reform in the 1970s, giving rise to the usual hostility from the United States and sufficient pressure to achieve an electoral victory for America's favorite, Edward Seaga, who had promised to put an end to such nonsense. Seaga's embrace of free market principles was praised by the Reagan administration, which proclaimed that it would use this opportunity to create a showcase for democracy and capitalism in the Caribbean. Massive help was sent. USAID spent more in Jamaica than in any other Caribbean program. The World Bank also joined them in supervising and accelerating this worthy project. Seaga followed all the rules of the much admired, and not so new, trickle-down method of helping the poor, introducing austerity measures, setting up free trade zones where non-union labor, mostly women, they work in factories run by foreigners and subsidized by the Jamaican government, where they are exploited for paltry wages, and generally adhere to IMF prescriptions. There was some economic growth, primarily as a result of laundering ganja dollars * from the marijuana trade, increased profits from tourism, lower fuel import costs, and higher prices for bauxite and aluminium, reports NACLA. The rest was the usual catastrophe of capitalism, including one of the highest external debts per capita in the world, the collapse of infrastructure and general impoverishment. According to USAID, in March 1988, in addition to its crippling debt burden, Jamaica was a country in which economic output was far below the 1972 level of output, the distribution of wealth and income is enormously unequal, a shortage of essential medical and technical personnel harasses the health system, physical deterioration and social violence discourage investment, and there are serious deficits in infrastructure and housing. This assessment was made before Hurricane Gilbert dealt another blow. At this point, Michael Manley, now suitably tame, was granted the right to return to power to manage the ruins, all hope of constructive change having been lost. Manley is giving the right signals to reassure the bank and foreign investors, said Roger Robinson, the World Bank's chief economist for Jamaica, in a pre-election interview in June 1988. He further explained, 5 years ago, people still thought of meeting local needs, but today this is no longer the case. Today, lawyers and others who have access to resources are interested in investing in exports abroad. Once this is deeply ingrained in a population, it is not easy to go back, even if Michael Manley's PNP returns to power. Today, among individuals who save, invest, and build their careers, there is a perception that capital will start to migrate again if the PNP, or even Seaga's JLP, intervenes too much. Returning to power, Manley recognized the omens, surpassing Seaga as an enthusiast of free market capitalism. Jamaica's private sector newspaper was very impressed by the new signs of maturity. The old gospel that government should work in the interests of the poor is being modified, though not overtly rejected, by the recent realization that the only way to help the poor is for government to help. Work in the interests of the productive, exalted the newspaper. Here the word productive refers not to the people who produce but to those who manage, control the investment, and reap the benefits. The public sector is on the brink of collapse, the private sector report continues, with schools, healthcare and other services in rapid decline. But with the abandonment of the absurd rhetoric of the recent past and the privatization of everything that comes along, there is hope, for the productive, in the special sense desired. Manly has gained a new respect from important people now that he has learned to play the role of violin president, in Latin American terminology, raised from the left but played from the right. The conditions of capital flight and external pressures from the state, private, international economic institutions have normally been enough to prevent any other trajectory. 4. The fruits of victory, Asia. Moving elsewhere within the domains of liberty, capitalism, and democracy, we naturally begin with the Philippines, which has been fortunate enough to be under the wing of the leader of the free world for nearly a century. The plight of Filipinos in the post-Marcos democracy is discussed in the Far Eastern Economic Review, firmly devoted to economic liberalism and the priorities of the business community, under the headline Power to the Plutocrats. His chronicles conclude, today, a large part of the country's problems seem to have their origin in the fact that it has not had any form of social revolution in its entire history. Consequences of this failure include the disgraceful land reform program, a failure that profoundly affects the diagnosis of the incidence of poverty among the 67% of poor Filipino families living in rural areas, condemning them to a permanent misery, a huge external debt, massive capital flight, an increase in severe malnutrition among preschool children since the Aquino government came to power, widespread unemployment, and the survival of many with much lower incomes to the government-defined poverty lines, the growth of a virtual society of beggars and criminals, and the rest of the well-known story. Government and academic experts predict that things will get considerably worse. As for the increasing number of unfortunates, the only way out is to look for work abroad. Legal and illegal Filipino workers currently constitute the largest annual labor exodus in Asia. With the abandonment of social programs, the only hope is that the large-scale business elite, in a situation of little government interference, will get ahead of the traditional trend of the Filipino elite toward conspicuous consumption, and, instead, use the profits both for the welfare of your employees and to accumulate capital for industrial development. These conditions may be largely due to the turn-of-the-century American invasion, with its vast killing and destruction, prolonged colonial occupation, and subsequent policies, including the post-war counterinsurgency campaign and support for the Marcos dictatorship while it was in power. It was feasible. But the Philippines really got the intermittent gift of democracy. In the same business newspaper, a columnist for the Manila Daily Globe, Conrado de Quiros, reflects on this issue under the headline The Wisdom of Democracy. Here he compares the disaster of the Philippines with the economic success of Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew, whose harsh tyranny is another of the famous triumphs of democracy and capitalism. De Quiros quotes Singapore's Trade and Industry Minister, Lee's son, who condemns the model imposed by the United States on the Philippines for its many flaws, with the worst crime being to grant the Philippines a free press. In his own words, an uninhibited American-style press introduced rubbish into the marketplace of ideas, creating confusion and bewilderment, not information and truth. With a better appreciation of the merits of fascism, your Singaporean government is too smart to make this mistake. It is true that the North Americans introduced a kind of democracy, continues Quiros. However, it was not intended to free the Filipinos, but to make them comfortable in their new chains. It may have given Filipinos more newspapers, but it has given them less money to buy them with. It has made the rich richer, in one of the worst cases of inequality in the distribution of wealth in the world, according to the World Bank. Democracy was an instrument of colonization and was not intended to have substantial content. For most Filipinos, American-style democracy meant little more than elections every few years. Apart from this, the colonial authorities made sure from the beginning that only those candidates who represented colonial interests won. This practice did not die with colonialism. The subsequent political order, which persisted long after independence, was such that a handful of families effectively and ruthlessly ruled a society marked by inequality. It was democratic in form, borrowing as many American practices as it could, but autocratic in practice. In Philippine democracy, most of the population is not represented. Politicians are lawyers, wealthy businessmen, or landowners. As the political structure bequeathed to the Philippines by the American occupation was reconstituted after the overthrow of the Uzbek dictator by people power, Gary Haas writes, only those with money and strength can be elected. The candidates are primarily former elected officials, relatives of powerful political families, and/or members of the economic elite, who are not representative of the rural majority or even citizens who demonstrated to overthrow Marcos and risked their lives to protect their favorable ballots for Corazon Aquino. A party, the PNB, did exist based on the popular organizations that emerged against the dictatorship with abundant support from the peasantry, the workers, and large reformist sectors of the middle class, but it would not have any political role. In the elections, the PNB was outnumbered by the traditional conservative parties by more than 20-1. Its supporters were intimidated and threatened with the loss of their jobs, homes, and municipal licenses. The military presence also served to inhibit the PNB campaign. Interviews with poor farmers and workers revealed a preference for PNB candidates, but also a recognition that since the military and the rural elite opposed them, the next best thing was to accept the money or rewards and vote for the candidates approved by the Aquino government. Under the reconstituted elite democracy, Haas continues, the voices of rural people nearly two-thirds of the population. They have rarely been listened to, and the same is true of the urban poor. The remedy against the agitation in the countryside is militarization and an increase in vigilantes, giving rise to a history of human rights violations, as bad as in the times of Marcos if not worse, a mission reported in 1988. For human rights, with torture, summary executions, and forced evacuations. There is economic growth, but its fruits have rarely reached the most needy. The peasants continue to go hungry while paying 70% of their harvest to the landowner. Land reform is nothing more than a joke. Support for the National Democratic Front, NDF, and its guerrillas is growing after years of rural organizing. De Quiros suggests that there has been a substantial democracy in the Philippines, despite colonialism and elitist politics. This is so because democracy took on a life of its own, manifesting itself in peasant revolts and popular demands for reform. It is precisely this substantial democracy that the United States and its allies are dedicated to repressing and containing. Hence, the lack of any social revolution of the kind that he and several other commentators in this highly respectable business journal find sorely absent in the Philippines, although if they can join the club of Singapore-style capitalist democracies, the ditty will probably change. Meanwhile, Survival International reports that tribal people in the Philippines are being attacked by the private army of a logging company who, in a 6-month campaign of terror, have killed and tortured villagers, burned houses to the ground, destroyed warehouses of rice and expelled thousands of people from their homes. Appeals to the Aquino government have been ignored. An appeal to the U.S. government, by Western circles in general, cannot be seriously proposed. The same is happening in Thailand, where the government has announced a plan to expel 6 million people from the forests where it wants to establish coniferous plantations. The miracles of capitalism can be found elsewhere in Asia as well. Charles Gray, executive director of the AFL-CIO Asian American Institute for a Free Workforce, notable for his business stance, notes in the Far Eastern Economic Review that multinational companies generally insist that the host government suppress the right of workers to organize and form unions, even when this right is guaranteed by the country's own constitution and laws. The organization that coordinates trade in the free world, the GATT, has no rule that cover the subsidies that companies get by pressuring third world governments to allow 21st century labor exploitation. In Malaysia, U.S. companies, among others, forced the Ministry of Labor in 1984 to continue the long-standing ban on unions in the electronics industry, threatening to move their jobs and investments to another country. In Bangladesh, multinational contractors discriminate against women and girls by paying them starvation wages of 9 US cents an hour. In the Chinese province of Guangdong, heralded as one of the miracles of capitalist success in a generally unpromising Chinese scenario, when the government discovered that a major toymaker's factory was implicated in labor law violations such as 14-hour workdays and 7-day work weeks, turned to managers and asked them to respect the law. The directors refused, saying that if they couldn't work the way they wanted, they would close their factories in China and move to Thailand, where there are no such unreasonable demands. 5. The fruits of victory, Africa. In Africa, the picture is even more startling. To mention just one small element of a growing catastrophe, a study by the UN Economic Commission for Africa estimates that South Africa's military aggression and destabilization of its neighbors cost the region $10 billion in 1988 and about $60 billion and 1.5 million lives in the first 9 years of this decade. Meanwhile, unlike in the case of Iraq, the United States adopted a quiet diplomacy, acknowledging the concerns of the racist regime and the national and foreign business interests it favored. Congress imposed sanctions on South Africa in 1986 despite Reagan's veto, but their impact has been limited. The American Committee on Africa reports that only 25% of trade between the United States and South Africa has been affected, and that iron, steel, and, until late 1989, half-depleted uranium continued to be imported. After the sanctions went into effect, U.S. exports to South Africa rose from $1.28 billion in 1987 to $1.71 billion in 1989, according to the U.S. Department of Commerce. This was an improvement over the reaction to the UN sanctions on Rhodesia, which prompted Congress to pass the Byrd Amendment authorizing the importation of chrome from Rhodesia, effective 1971 to 77. Many nations had been secretly violating the sanctions, observes Stephen Shalom, but the United States was the first of only 3 UN members, the others being fascist Portugal and South Africa, to officially violate the sanctions. 0. Disasters in much of Africa are normally blamed on socialism, a term loosely used to designate anything we don't want. But there is one exception, an island of uninhibited capitalism, in a sea of one-party socialist states, writes the conservative Chicago Tribune's Africa correspondent, Howard Witt. He is referring to Liberia, which, like the Philippines, can attribute its happy situation to the fact that it was the only foothold of the United States on the African continent for a century and a half. In this case, Liberia took on special importance during the Cold War years, Witt continues, particularly after President Samuel Doe, a brute and nearly illiterate army sergeant, seized power in 1980 after disemboweling the previous president in his bed, and proceeded to elevate their fellow tribesmen, 4% of the population, into the status of the new ruling elite and savagely persecute and oppress the rest of the population. The Reagan administration, greatly impressed, determined to turn Liberia, like Jamaica, into a showcase of capitalism and democracy. In the first 6 years of the Doe regime, the United States sent economic and military aid to that backward country, even as evidence mounted that Doe and his ministers were stealing vast amounts of money. Part of the money, and after he blatantly stole the 1985 election, with Washington's approval, in a replica of the Noriega affair of the previous year. A respected dissident Liberian expatriate and former government minister, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, says, "At the time, an American official told me frankly, our strategic interests are more important than democracy." The consequences of aid are clear, writes Witt. Soldiers in President Samuel Doe's army wear the uniforms of American soldiers as they go about their business of murdering Liberian civilians in the streets of the capital, Monrovia, named after the president. Monroe, and the bodies of many of the civilian victims are piled up in the us-built John F. Kennedy Hospital mortuary, where combat-hardened doctors say they have never witnessed such brutality. Monrovia is a death trap, he writes. Those unaffected by famine, cholera, or typhoid try to escape from the army or rebel forces led by Charles Taylor, a former Doe aide, or later, from those under the command of a dissident unit headed by Doe. By Prince Johnson. The consequences of the aid became even clearer when reporters entered Monrovia with African peacekeeping forces after Doe had been tortured and killed by Johnson's guerrillas. They found a gory legacy from America's favorite 10 years in office, writes UPI reporter Mark Oband, mounds of bleached bones and skulls, many crushed, piles of rotting, half-dressed meat, filled with thousands of maggots, twisted bodies, heaped under church pews and stacked in a dark corner by the altar, bodies rotting in their mattresses, a large gathering room for women and children where clothes were attached to the skeletons of women and child victims. Of course, not everyone has suffered on this island of uninhibited capitalism. For a century and a half, the oligarchy of freed American slaves and their descendants oppressed and exploited the indigenous population while the United States turned a blind eye. And later, Reagan's favorites prospered quite a bit, until they got the turn to be dispatched. Others merely profited, escaping such an unpleasant fate. American companies like Firestone and B.F. Goodrich reaped huge profits from the sprawling Liberian operations, proving that uninhibited capitalism has its virtues. The United States built a huge Voice of America transmitter in Liberia, perhaps to spread the good news. 6. The relentless nightmare. The World Health Organization estimates that 11 million children die every year in the world of the victors of the Cold War, the developing world, because of the unwillingness of the rich to help them. A quick end to the catastrophe could be put, the WHO study concludes, because the diseases from which children suffer and die are easily treatable. 4 million children die of diarrhea, about 2/3 of them could be saved from the lethal dehydration it causes by sugar and salt tablets costing a few pence. 3 million die each year from infectious diseases that could be overcome by vaccination, at a cost of about $10 per head. Reporting in the London Observer about this study that it went virtually unnoticed, Annabelle Fairemont quotes WHO Director General Hiroshi Nakajima, who notes that this silent genocide is a tragedy that can be avoided because the developed world has the resources and technology to end common diseases around the world, but lacks the will to help developing countries. The essential issue was succinctly summed up by President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, chairman of the Organization of African Unity, who, speaking at the UN Conference on the world's 41 least developed countries, he called the 1980s a relentless nightmare for the poorest countries. There was an appeal to the industrial powers to more than double their aid, to a bountiful 0.2% of their GNP, but nothing came of it. Agreement, reports the New York Times, primarily because of opposition from the United States proudly defending, as always, the universal values inherent in our traditions, which stand in such contrast to theirs. See Chapter 5, Section 1. The decade was little short of a nightmare everywhere in the traditional domains of the free world, aside from rich men living in peace in their dwellings. When capitalism and freedom achieved their great victory, the World Bank reports, the fraction of world wealth controlled by poor, middle-income countries fell from 23 to 18% between 1980 and 1988. The bank's 1990 report adds that, in 1989, resources transferred from developing countries to the industrialized world reached a new record. Debt repayments are estimated to have outstripped new funds flows by $42.9 billion, an increase of $5 billion since 1988. And new funds from the rich fell to a decade low. In short, Reaganomics and Thatcherism on a grand scale. These are some of the joys of capitalism that are somewhat absent from the torrent of self-aggrandizement and praise for the wonders of our system, of which all this is a notable component as we celebrate its triumph. The media and newspapers are awash with laments, with a barely concealed dose of glee, at the plight of the Soviet Union and its dominions, where even the $100 a month salary received by the luckiest of workers is shockingly high for the miserable levels of communism. However, one would also seek tongue-in-cheek comments about the wretched levels of capitalism and the suffering endured by the vast mass of humanity who have been excluded by the ruling powers, long the richest and most favored societies in the world, and not without a part of responsibility for the circumstances of most of the others. The missing vision also uncovers the possible future that may await much of Eastern Europe, which has endured many horrors but is still viewed with envy in large sections of the Western domains in the Third World that had comparable levels of development in the past, and that they are no less endowed with resources and material conditions to meet the human needs. Why have the leaders, the media, the citizens of the great Western democracies cared for a long time and enthusiastically about the people of Central Europe, but have not cared at all about the people of Central America? Asks correspondent Martha Gellhorn. Most are miserably poor and most do not have white skin. His life and death did not shake the conscience of the world. I can attest that it was much better and safer to be a peasant in communist Poland than to be a peasant in capitalist El Salvador. Unfortunately, your question is not that easy to answer. It has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the enemy's crimes, not one's own, that makes a sensitive soul react, for reasons too obvious and too bothersome to face. Gellhorn's comparison is hard to find in Western commentary, let alone his motives. As in Latin America, some sectors of Eastern European society should come to share the economic and cultural levels of the privileged classes in the rich industrial world that they see across their borders, including possibly much of the bureaucracy of the former Communist Party. Many others might look to the Second Brazil, and its counterparts elsewhere, for a glimpse of a different future, one that could very well become a reality if things continue on their current trajectory. 7. Comparisons and their dangers. The chorus of praise for the triumph of capitalism revels in comparing Western Europe and Eastern Europe, lamenting deprivation, suffering and environmental degradation in regions that have been under Soviet rule. But many in the Third World seem reluctant to join in the victory celebration, considering even the victims of Soviet tyranny more fortunate than themselves in far from trivial ways. See Chapter 8, Section 1. One reason offered by priests, journalists, and others is that state terror, which Latin Americans who dare to raise their heads, has been qualitatively different from the repression developed in Eastern Europe in the post-Stalin period, however terrible it was in its own time. And they do not share our reluctance to see the powerful and systematic influence of the states and corporations of the state capitalist world in establishing and maintaining their tremendous living conditions. Some discipline is required to avoid seeing these realities. Another comparison that could be considered is that suggested by the enormous capital flight from Latin American countries to the United States and the West in general, CP 98, Chapter 3, of the original work, Deterring Democracy, and p. 298. Once again, the situation in the Soviet satellite countries was different. A commentator on the affairs of these countries, Lawrence Weskler, notes, "The Poles, like most Eastern Europeans, have long lived under the delusion that the Soviets were simply sucking their blood. In fact, the situation has been considerably more complex. Soviet rule was, in fact, a unique historical perversity, an empire in which the center sucked its own blood for the good of its colonies, or rather, for the peace of those colonies. The Muscovites lived always poorer lives than the Warsawians. Throughout the region, journalists and others report, shops are better stocked than in the Soviet Union and material conditions are often better. It is generally admitted that Eastern Europe has a higher standard of living than the Soviet Union, and that while Latin Americans primarily denounce economic exploitation, Soviet exploitation of Eastern Europe is primarily political and security-oriented." Jan Tryska, summarizing the conclusions of a symposium held at Stanford University on the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe and the United States in Latin America. In the 1970s, according to U.S. government sources, the Soviet Union provided $80 billion in subsidies to its satellites in Eastern Europe, even though its debt to the West rose from $9.3 billion in 1971 to $68.7 billion in 1979. A study conducted at the Institute of International Studies at the University of California, Berkeley, estimated the subsidy at $106 billion between 1974 and 1984. Using different criteria, Another academic study arrives at the estimate of $40,000 million for the same period, omitting factors that could add several billion, as he observes. When Lithuania faced Soviet economic retaliation after its declaration of independence, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Soviet Union's subsidy to this country alone could approach $6 billion annually. Such comparisons cannot be taken at face value. Complex issues arise and have never been properly addressed. The only major recent effort to compare the impact of the United States in Latin America with that of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, to my knowledge, is the Stanford Symposium just cited, but it doesn't go very far. Among many surprising omissions, the participants completely ignored state repression and terror in Latin America and the role of the United States in its execution. In May 1986, the editor states that certain left-wing forces in Latin America and all dissidents in Eastern Europe have little hope of bringing about substantial change, either by peaceful means or through violence. One participant even takes seriously, despite rejecting it, Mexican writer Octavio Paz's astonishing statement in 1985 that it is monstrous to even raise the question of comparing U.S. policies with those of the Soviet Union. The majority considers it obvious, therefore not needing real proof, that the North American influence has been disinterested and benign. In fact, this 470-page study contains, altogether, very little information. Many questions would arise if these comparisons were to be addressed in any meaningful way. Contrary to the usual conventions, generally adopted at the Stanford Symposium, it is hardly plausible to regard U.S. security concerns in Latin America as comparable to those of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, or even to take conventional doctrine seriously. According to which security concerns are probably the main factor in shaping U.S. policy toward Latin America, Robert Wesson, who presented the overview historical report and analysis at the Stanford Symposium. In fact, their genuine security concerns are practically nil by international and historical standards. As one of the symposium participants finally admits, the national security interests of the United States in the Caribbean as elsewhere in the hemisphere, we might add, have been based on powerful economic investments, iure valenta, which means they are called security interests for deception system purposes only. On the other hand, it makes little sense to attribute to the United States a greater tolerance for political ideological deviations because they do not insist on the North American style of democracy and tolerate authoritarian dictatorships, while the Soviet Union insists on Leninist regimes, valenta. What the United States demands is an economic order oriented towards its interests. What political form this takes is of little consequence, and there is certainly no doubt that the United States often views bloodthirsty terrorist states quite favorably if they meet its operational criteria. The problem of capital flight is also complex. First, regional hegemonies are not remotely comparable in wealth and economic status and never have been, so their role in economic transactions will differ greatly. On the other hand, investment has complex effects. It can lead to economic growth, benefit certain sectors of the population while seriously harming others, lay the groundwork for independent development, or undermine such prospects. The numbers themselves tell only a small part of the story, and must be supplemented by the kind of analysis yet to be done comparing Eastern Europe and Latin America. It should be obvious without further comment that the usual comparison between Eastern Europe and Western Europe, or between the Soviet Union and the United States, is meaningless and for propaganda purposes, not information. Other subordinate and dependent systems, however, have a different character. Discussing the rapid economic growth of Korea and Taiwan following the powerful spending stimulus of the Vietnam War, Bruce Cummings observes that this growth resumes a process of development begun under Japanese colonialism. Unlike the West, he points out, Japan brought industry to labor and raw materials rather than vice versa, giving rise to industrial development under renewed state corporate direction. Japan's colonial policies were extremely brutal, but they established a foundation for economic development. These economic successes, like those of Singapore and Hong Kong, are a tribute neither to democracy nor to the wonders of the market, but rather to harsh working conditions, efficient quasi-fascist political systems, and so very similar to Japan, at high levels of protectionism and planning by financial and industrial groups in an economy coordinated by the state. Comparing former Japanese colonies to regions under U.S. influence is not common here, but right-wing Japanese are not averse to developing it. Shintaro Ishihara, a powerful figure in the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, which holds a virtual monopoly on political power, compares the domains of Japanese influence and control to the Philippines. Countries that were once under Japanese administration are economically success stories, he writes, while the Philippines is an economic disaster and the showcase of democracy is largely an empty system. Filipino landowners have amassed incredible power and wealth, slowly taking it all away from ordinary people, while the tradition is destroyed in favor of a frivolous and superficial veneration of American culture, an atrocity and act of barbarism. This mouthpiece for right-wing nationalism is clearly not a credible independent source, but there is a great deal of truth to what he says. The comparison of Latin American economies with those of East Asia is another issue that has rarely been seriously addressed. Editorials, news stories, and other commentaries generally claim that this comparison reveals the superiority of economic liberalism, but without providing the basis for this conclusion. This is not easy to sustain, if only because of the radical departures from liberal capitalism in successful Asian affairs. This issue was discussed at a conference on global macroeconomics held in Helsinki in 1986. Several participants noted that the situation is complex and concluded that the inequalities that developed in the 1980s, though not before, can be attributed to many other factors, among them the detrimental effects of a greater opening to international capital markets in large areas of Latin America, which allowed abundant capital flight, as in the Philippines, but not in the East Asian economies, with more rigid controls by the government and central banks. And in the case of the miracle of the free market in South Korea, through punishment, which can reach the death penalty. The complexity of the issues involved is shown in a revealing study of development in India, compared to China and other countries, by Harvard economist Amartya Sen. He observes that a comparative study of the experiences of different countries in the world shows quite clearly that countries tend to reap what they have sown in the field of investment in health and quality of life. India pursued very different policies from China in this regard. Starting from a similar level in the late 1940s, India has added about 15 years to life expectancy, while China added another 10 to 15 years, approaching European levels. The reasons lie in social policy. Above all, in the much greater emphasis on improving the nutritional and health conditions of the general population in China and in providing extensive medical coverage. The same can be said, Sen says, of Sri Lanka and probably Vietnam, and, in earlier years, of Europe as well, where, for example, life expectancy grew rapidly in England and Wales following large-scale public intervention in the distribution of food and health care and the expansion of public employment. But this is not the whole story. In the late 1950s, life expectancy in China plummeted for several years to well below India's because of a massive famine that claimed an estimated 30 million lives. Sen attributes this famine to the nature of the Chinese regime, which failed to react for 3 years and may not have been aware of the magnitude of it because totalitarian conditions blocked the flow of information. Nothing similar has happened in India, with its pluralistic democracy. However, Sen calculates, if China's lower death rates prevailed in India, there would have been about 4 million fewer deaths annually in the mid-1980s. This indicates that every 8 years or so in India the death toll, compared to China's mortality rates, is higher than the total number of those who died in the gigantic Chinese famine, the worst in the world in this century. As further confirmation of this thesis, Sen notes that life expectancy in China has been slowly declining since 1979, when the new market-oriented reforms were launched. Another relevant example is the Indian state of Kerala, long under the rule of the left and with a long history of strong public support in education, healthcare, and food distribution. Here, the improvement in life expectancy is comparable to China, even though it is one of the poorest states in India. These are all serious and difficult questions, with far-reaching human consequences. The development strategies imposed on the Third World by Western power, carried out by international economic institutions or by the states and companies themselves, have enormous effects on the lives of selected populations. The data demonstrates clearly enough that the policies advocated or imposed by Western powers, and the confident rhetoric that accompanies them, are guided by the selfishness of those who hold the reins, not by a sound understanding of development economics or serious concern by the human impact of these decisions. The benefits that may accrue to others are for the most part incidental, as are the catastrophes that result from them. As the dying Soviet Empire resumes traditional quasi-colonial relations with the West, it is becoming subject to the same prescriptions partly by choice, since an intellectual vacuum is one of the consequences of decades of totalitarian rule. A Polish critic writes that if the words of the popular Chicago school fulfilled, this government will be the first in the history of the world to have firmly adhered to this doctrine. All developed countries, including those, such as the Federal Republic of Germany, whose governments obey the liberal doctrine, apply a wide spectrum of government interventions, such as in the allocation of resources, in investments, in the development of technology, in the distribution of income, in setting prices, in exports and imports. If the result is the Third World norm, it is possible that popular resistance will be unleashed. And it is also likely to elicit the classic response from those who uphold our traditional values. On a visit to Europe a few days before he was assassinated by the forces of government elite in San Salvador, in November 1989, Father Ignacio Ellacuria, rector of the Central American University, addressed the West regarding these salient issues. "You have organized your lives around inhuman values," he said. "These values, they are inhuman because they cannot be universalized. The system is based on a few using most of the resources, while the majority cannot even cover their basic needs. It is essential to define a system of values and a way of life that takes into account all human beings. In our possessions, such thoughts are subversive and can bring death squads into play. At the national level, they are piously manifested on occasion and subsequently relegated, in practice, to the dustbin. Perhaps the murdered priest's last words deserve a better fate." 7. Democracy in industrial societies. No belief regarding United States foreign policy is more entrenched than that expressed by New York Times diplomatic correspondent Neil Lewis, quoted above. The eagerness to see American-style democracy duplicated around the world has been a persistent theme in U.S. foreign policy. Normally, this thesis is not even made explicit, being merely assumed as the basis for a reasonable discourse on the role of the United States in the world. Faith in this doctrine may seem surprising. Even a cursory examination of the historical data reveals that a persistent theme in American foreign policy has been the subversion and overthrow of parliamentary regimes and the use of violence to destroy those popular organizations that might offer the majority of the population a chance to enter the political scene. However, the conventional doctrine is tenable in one respect. If by American-style democracy we mean a political system with regular elections but no serious challenge to corporate dominance, U.S. politicians are undoubtedly eager to see it established around the world. Consequently, this doctrine is not affected by the fact that it is constantly violated under a different interpretation of the concept of democracy, a system in which citizens can play a prominent role in the management of public affairs. This analytical framework of politics and its ideological image is confirmed as a good first approximation. Adopting the basic idea, we do not expect the United States to systematically oppose parliamentary systems. On the contrary, they will be accepted, even preferred, if the fundamental conditions are satisfied. 1. The preference for democracy. In third world client states, the preference for democratic systems is often largely a matter of public relations. But where society is stable and privilege is secure, other factors come into play. Business interests have an ambiguous attitude towards the state. They wanted to subsidize research and development, production and export, the Pentagon system, much of the foreign aid program, etc., regulate markets, ensure a favorable environment for business operations abroad, and, in many other respects, serve as a welfare state for the rich. But they do not want the state to have the power to interfere with the prerogatives of owners and managers. This latter concern gives rise to support for democratic forms, as long as business dominance of the political system is assured. If a country satisfies certain basic conditions, the United States tolerates democratic systems, although in the Third World, where it is difficult to guarantee good results, this often happens only barely. But relations with the industrial world clearly show that the U.S. government is not opposed to democratic systems as such. In stable, corporate-dominated Western democracies, the United States is not expected to develop programs of subversion, terror, or military attack as has been common in the Third World. Although there may be some exceptions. Thus, there is evidence of CIA involvement in a virtual coup that toppled the Whitlam Labour government in Australia in 1975, when it was feared that it would interfere with Washington's military bases and intelligence services in Australia. Large-scale CIA interference in Italian politics has been in the public domain since the Congressional Pike Report, which cited a nearly $65 million grant to approved political parties and affiliates, from 1948 through the early 1970s. Was leaked in 1976. In 1976, the Aldo Moro government fell in Italy following revelations that the CIA had spent $6 million supporting anti-communist candidates. At that time, the party's European communists were advancing towards independence of action with pluralistic and democratic tendencies, Eurocommunism, a process that neither Washington nor Moscow liked, observes Raymond Garthoff, none of which could have wished to see an independent pan-Europe born among them. Based on local nationalism. For these reasons, both superpowers opposed the legalization of the Communist Party in Spain and the growing influence of the Communist Party in Italy, and both preferred center-right governments in France. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger described the main problem of the Western alliance as internal developments in many European countries, which could make Western communist parties more attractive to the public, fueling pro-independence movements and threatening the NATO alliance. In those years, the United States gave a higher priority to the defensive purpose of protecting the Western alliance and American influence in it, than to the defensive interests of weakening Soviet influence in the East, Garthoff concludes in his extensive study of that period. The phrase defensive purpose of protecting the Western alliance refers to the defense of existing privilege against the threat of internal challenge. This was the context for further CIA interference in the Italian elections, and possibly much more. In July 1990, President Cossiga of Italy called for an investigation into allegations broadcast on state television that the CIA had paid Licio Gelli to foment terrorist activities in Italy in the late 1960s and 1970s. Gelli was the head of the secret Masonic Lodge Propaganda Do, P2, and had long been suspected of playing a key role in terrorism and other criminal activities. At the time, according to a 1984 Italian Parliament report, the P2 and other neo-fascist groups, working closely with elements of the Italian military and secret services, were preparing an imminent coup to impose a far-right regime and block the growing forces of the left. One aspect of these plans was a strategy of tension, involving major terrorist actions in Europe. These new accusations were made by Richard Branicki, who claims to have worked for the CIA as a contract officer and who maintained that the connections between the CIA and P2 extended over more than 20 years and involved payments of $10 million. The close ties between Washington and the Italian far-right date back to strong support for Mussolini's fascist seizure of power in 1922. Nevertheless, general support for industrial democracies has been the norm. The historical evidence, of course, must be evaluated with some care. It is one thing to overthrow the democratic government of Guatemala and maintain the rule of a series of bloodthirsty gangsters for 3 decades, or to help lay the groundwork for a coup and successful mass killing in Indonesia. To replicate these successes in relatively well-established societies would be quite a different matter. The power of the United States does not reach that far. However, it would be a mistake to assume that lack of means alone prevents the United States from overthrowing the democratic governments of industrial societies in favor of military dictatorships or death squad democracies on the Latin American model. The post-World War II era is illuminating in these respects. With unprecedented economic and military advantages, the United States was preparing to become the first truly global power. There are extensive reports on the thinking of corporate and state leaders as they envision a world order that would suit the interests they represent. Although subject to variable interpretation, the evidence nonetheless provides an interesting insight into the complex attitudes of American elites toward democracy, at a time when the United States was in a position to influence the internal order of industrial societies. 2. The general ideas. Taking as general historical background the outline of Chapter 1, Section 5, we will focus on the fundamental concern of global planners as they face the problem of reconstructing a war-torn world, the industrial societies that were to constitute the core of the world system. What can we learn from this experience about the concept of democracy as understood by the architects of the New World Order and their heirs? One problem that arose as the various areas were liberated from fascism was that the traditional elites had been discredited, while the resistance movement, based largely on groups concerned with the working class and the poor and often committed to some version of radical democracy, had achieved prestige and influence. The fundamental dilemma was articulated by Churchill's trusted advisor, South African Prime Minister Jan Christian Smuts, in 1943 regarding Southern Europe, "Now that politics is loose among these people," he said, "we could have a wave of disorder and general communism." Here, the word disorder is understood as a threat to the interests of the privileged, and communism, according to the usual convention, refers to the failure to interpret democracy as the rule of the elite, whatever the other commitments of the communists. Now that politics is on the loose, we are facing a crisis of democracy, as the privileged sectors have always understood it. Aside from the superpower confrontation, the United States was committed to restoring the traditional conservative order. To achieve this goal, it was necessary to destroy the anti-fascist resistance, often in favor of Nazi and fascist collaborators, to weaken the trade unions and other popular organizations and to block the threat of radical democracy and social reform, which were real options given the situation of the time. These policies were adopted throughout the world, in Asia, including South Korea, the Philippines, Thailand, Indochina, and, crucially, Japan, in Europe, including Greece, Italy, France and, fundamentally, Germany, in Latin America, including what the CIA considered one of the most serious threats at the time, radical nationalism in Guatemala and Bolivia. At times, the task required considerable brutality. In South Korea, in the late 1940s approximately 100,000 people were murdered at the hands of security forces installed and directed by the United States. This was before the Korean War, which John Halliday and Bruce Cummings describe as essentially a phase marked by massive external intervention of a civil war waged between two internal forces, a revolutionary nationalist movement, which had its origins in a bitter anti-colonial struggle, and a conservative movement, linked to the status quo, especially the unequal agrarian system, restored to power under the American occupation. In Greece, in those same years, hundreds of thousands of people were killed, tortured, imprisoned, or expelled in the course of a counter-revolutionary operation, organized and led by the United States, which restored the traditional elites in power, including Nazi collaborators, and repressed the peasant and worker forces led by the communists, who had fought against the Nazis. In industrial societies, the same fundamental goals were achieved, but by less violent means. In short, at this point in history, the United States faced the classic dilemma of also carrying out a Third World-style intervention in large areas of the industrialized world. The situation in the United States was politically weak, though militarily and economically strong. Tactical options are determined by an assessment of strengths and weaknesses. Preferences have tended, quite naturally, to the use of force and to measures of war and economic strangulation, where the United States has always dominated. In the early post-war period, this was a global problem. The tactical options mostly observed these general conditions, adapted to particular circumstances. These themes are essential for a good understanding of the contemporary world. The true story can be discovered in specialized studies devoted to particular points of what was, in reality, a highly systematic pattern. But this is not easily accessible to the general public, who are offered a very different version of the general picture and the particular cases included in it. Take the case of Greece, the main post-war intervention and a model for much of what happened afterward. The United States and the world market are abuzz with materials like Nicolas Gage's best-selling novel and film Eleni, reporting on the horrors of communist-led resistance. But the Greek academic reports or even American reports giving a radically different picture and seriously questioning the veracity of even Gage's special case are unknown. In Great Britain, an independent television channel tried to make it possible, in 1986, for the voices of the anti-Nazi Greek resistance led by the Communists, defeated by the British and American post-war campaigns, to be heard for the first time and to present their vision of these events. This attempt provoked a hysterical response from the political class, which demanded the suppression of this vision. Partial inconsistent with the official doctrine that, until then, had dominated uncontested. Former director of the Athens Political Intelligence Service, Tom McKitterick, supported the broadcast, noting that for years, we have been given a one-sided view and the series was a valiant attempt to restore the balance. But the counterattack of the political class prevailed in an impressive display of the totalitarian mentality and its power in the liberal West. The documentary was prevented from being broadcast or sold abroad, particularly in Greece. This is just one example in a long history of repression. In the international system envisioned by U.S. planners, the industrial powers were to rebuild themselves, essentially restoring the traditional order and preventing any challenge to corporate dominance, but now taking their place within a US-regulated world system. This world system was to take the form of a state-led liberal internationalism, secured by U.S. power to thwart interfering forces, and managed through military spending, which proved to be a crucial factor in stimulating of industrial recovery. The global system was created to guarantee the needs of U.S. investors, who were expected to prosper under prevailing circumstances. This was a plausible expectation at the time, and it was abundantly fulfilled. Europe, notably the Federal Republic of Germany, did not become a significant factor in world production and trade until the late 1950s. And not until the Vietnam War changed the structure of the world economy to the advantage of its rivals. Industrialists, the problem facing the United States government with regard to Japan was how to ensure the viability of your economy. Highly profitable foreign investment grew rapidly and, in a first phase, transnational corporations, mainly those based in the United States, expanded and prospered. 3. The Great Workshops, Japan. Within the industrial world, the natural leaders were understood to be Germany and Japan, who had demonstrated their ability during the war. They were the largest workshops in Europe and Asia, Dean Acheson. Therefore, it was vitally important to ensure that their reconstruction was on the right track and that they remained dependent on the United States. Consequently, East-West trade and moves towards European détente have always been viewed with some concern. Great efforts were also made to prevent a renewal of traditional trade relations between Japan and China, particularly in the 1950s, long before China too was integrated into the US-dominated global system. A fundamental objective of American diplomatic strategy, outlined by John Foster Dulles at a closed-door regional meeting of American ambassadors to Asia in March 1955, was develop markets for Japan in Southeast Asia in order to counter communist trade efforts and promote trade between Japan and Southeast Asian countries, Kaitoshi Yanaga wrote in the 1960s. The general conclusion is amplified by documentation subsequently released in the Pentagon Papers and other documents. American intervention in Vietnam was initially motivated largely by such concerns. 0. At the time, Japan was not seen as a serious competitor. We can reject complacent fantasies about how Japan's recovery and competition show that the United States was disinterested in post-war planning. It was assumed that Japan would, one way or another, regain its status as Asia's workshop and place itself in the center of something like the sphere of co-prosperity that Japanese fascism had tried to create. The realistic alternatives, it was assumed, were that this system would be incorporated into the U.S. global order or that it would stand alone, possibly blocking U.S. entry, and perhaps even linked to the Soviet Union. As for Japan itself, the generally anticipated prospect was that it could produce trinkets and other products for the underdeveloped world, as an American fact-finding mission deduced in 1950. In part, the assessment that dismissed Japan's prospects was based on the failure of Japan's industrial recovery prior to the economic stimulus of military supplies for the Korean War. In part, there was an undoubted element of racism illustrated, for example, in the business community's reaction to the democratic labor laws introduced by the U.S. military occupation. Businesses generally opposed the laws, which were strongly denounced by James Lee Kaufman, one of the influential members of the business lobby working to prevent Japan's democratization. Representing industrialists interested in cheap and docile labor, he wrote indignantly in 1947 that Japanese workers had to be treated as minors. You can imagine what would happen to a family of children 10 years old or younger if they were suddenly told that they could run the house and their own lives as they pleased. Japanese labor had gone completely savage, he wrote. If you have ever seen an American Indian spending his money shortly after oil has been discovered on his property, you will have some idea of how the Japanese worker is using labor law. The racist attitudes of General MacArthur, American proconsul to Japan after World War II, were notorious. Thus, in a statement to Congress in 1951, he said that by the standards of modern civilization, they would be like a 12-year-old compared to our 45-year-old development, allowing us to implant basic concepts there. They were still close enough to the origins to be elastic and able to accept new concepts. In more recent years, the compliment has been returned by right-wing Japanese commentators on American culture and society. However, some foresaw trouble later, notably the influential planner George Kennan, who recommended that the United States control Japanese oil imports in order to maintain veto power over Japan, advice that was adopted. This is one of the many reasons why the United States has been so preoccupied with controlling the Middle East's oil reserves throughout the post-war period, and presumably also one of the reasons for Japan's reluctance to follow U.S. initiatives. United States regarding the problems in that area. In Japan, the United States was able to act unilaterally, having excluded its allies from any role in the occupation. General MacArthur encouraged steps toward democratization, albeit within limits. Militant labor action was prevented, including certain attempts to establish workers' control over production. Even these partial steps toward democracy shocked the State Department, U.S. corporations, labor leaders, and the U.S. media. George Kennan and others warned against a premature end to the occupation before the economy was rebuilt under a stable conservative government. These pressures gave rise to the Reverse March of 1947, which ensured that there would be no serious challenge to government and corporate dominance over the labor movement, the media, and the political system. With the reversal, the worker-controlled companies, which were operating with considerable success, were eliminated. Support was given to right-wing socialists who had been fascist collaborators and who were committed to US-style factory unions under corporate control, while leftists who had been imprisoned under fascist rule were excluded, the usual pattern throughout the world. The labor movement was suppressed with considerable police violence and the right to strike and collective bargaining was eliminated. The goal was to secure corporate control over the labor movement through conservative unions. The industrial unions were undermined in the late 1940s, when the industrial and financial groups Zaibatsu, which were the backbone of the Japanese fascist order, regained their power with the help of a elaborate network of police and surveillance and right-wing patriotic organizations. The Japanese business classes were reconstituted much as they were under the fascist regime, raised to power in close collaboration with the authorities of the centralized state. George Kennan, who was one of the main architects of the rollback, considered that early plans to dissolve the Zaibatsu bore so much resemblance to Soviet views of the evils of monopoly capitalism that the measures themselves might have been eminently agreeable for anyone interested in further communistization of Japan. By 1952, Japan's industrial and financial elites had not only established themselves as the dominant element in the country, but were exercising control over a system of enterprises more concentrated and interconnected than before the war. Schönberger. The burden of reconstruction was placed on the shoulders of the working class and the poor, within a system described as totalitarian state capitalism by Sherwood Fine, who served as Director of Economics and Planning for the Economic and Scientific Section throughout the U.S. military occupation. These policies allowed Japanese business elites to avoid the social rationalization that would have led to a flourishing domestic market to sustain industry, Borden, which, today, is a problem for Japan's Western rivals. Borden observes that Britain, with its powerful unions and welfare system, was concerned that in Japan there were, under pressure from the United States, ultra-competitive export prices made possible by the exploitation of labor and the weakening of trade unions. The British response was to defend the rights of Japanese workers and promote China as a logical outlet for Japanese exports. But these ideas conflicted with U.S. global planning, which sought to prevent Japan from adapting to communist China, and with the development model favored by the U.S. and its Japanese business allies. While the business groups were strengthened, the labor movement was weakened and destroyed, with the collaboration of the North American labor leaders, as in other parts of the world. Britain itself would face a similar attack on unions and the welfare system, as they did. The United States itself, beginning with the attack on the labor movement in the early post-war period, renewed by the post-Vietnam War bipartisan consensus in support of business interests. The United States essentially reconstructed the co-prosperity sphere of Japanese fascism, albeit now as a component of the US-dominated world order. Within it, a relative carte blanche was granted to Japanese state capitalism. The United States shouldered the main military burden of crushing indigenous threats to the system, renewing a traditional view of Japan as a minor partner in Asia's exploitation. Japan today has perhaps the weakest labor movement in the capitalist industrial world, with the possible exception of the United States itself. It is a disciplined society under the firm control of the capitalist state administration. The Korean War precipitated the Japanese economic recovery. United States military supplies during the 1950s played a decisive role in providing the dollars, the demand, the technology, and the market for the modernization of Japan's industrial base, and the rapid increase since 1965 accelerated the process. In the 1970s, these events created serious and unforeseen problems for U.S. government and business, problems that are likely to intensify as the consequences of the Reagan administration's economic mismanagement become necessary to deal with. 4. The Great Workshops, Germany. Germany posed many of these same problems, exacerbated by four-power control. Following the consolidation of the three Western zones in 1947, the United States began to move toward the partition of Germany. These steps were taken at the same time as the retreat in Japan and for similar reasons. One of the reasons was the fear of democracy, understood in the sense of popular participation. Eugene Rostow argued in 1947 that the Russians are much better equipped than we are to play fair in Germany, alluding to the political game. Therefore, we must prevent them from playing. Kennan had pointed out a year earlier that a unified Germany would be vulnerable to Soviet political penetration, so we should strive to rescue the western parts of Germany by protecting them with a wall from Soviet penetration and nice picture, and integrating them into a Western European international model rather than a united Germany, violating wartime agreements. Like George Marshall and Dean Acheson, and well-known analysts in general, Kennan did not expect a Soviet military attack, but rather described the imbalance in Russian political power rather than military power as the immediate risk facing the United States. Schaller. The main problem, once again, was the labor movement and other popular organizations that threatened conservative business rule. Investigating the no longer secret reports, Carolyn Eisenberg concludes that the fear really, horror was a unified, centralized, and politicized labor movement committed to a far-reaching program of social change. After the war, German workers began to form works councils and unions, and to develop co-management in industry and popular democratic control of the unions. The State Department and its American labor partners were stunned by these advances towards democracy in the unions and society in general, with all the problems that these processes could pose for the plan to restore the economic order controlled by companies, democracy. The problem was compounded by the fact that semi-autonomous works councils had been established in the Soviet zone and exercised a degree of administrative authority in the formerly Nazi companies. The British Foreign Office also feared a economic and ideological infiltration from the East, which he perceived as very similar to aggression. He preferred a divided Germany, incorporating the rich industrial complex of the Ruhr and the Rhine into the Western Alliance, to a united Germany in which the balance seems to tip towards the Russians, who could give the strongest pull. At interdepartmental meetings of the British government in April 1946, respected civil servant Sir Orm Sargent describes actions aimed at establishing a West Germany, separated within a Western bloc as necessary. Though it was admitted that this might lead to war, the only alternative to partition was communism on the Rhine, with the likely eventuality of a German government that would be under communist influence. In the leading academic monograph on British paper, Anne Dayton describes her intervention as of decisive importance. The United States was determined to prevent the expropriation of Nazi industrialists and strongly opposed workers' organizations exercising administrative authority. Such events would pose a serious threat to democracy in one of the senses of the word, while violating it in the approved sense of the word. Consequently, the U.S. authorities turned to sympathetic right-wing socialists, as in Japan, using means such as control of care packages, food and other supplies to overcome opposition from ordinary workers. Ultimately, it was necessary to wall up the Western Zone by partitioning, vetoing the formation of large unions, forcibly ending social experiments, vetoing state legislation, labor, co-management efforts, and so on. Leading Nazi war criminals were recruited for U.S. intelligence operations and anti-resistance activities, perhaps the best known being Klaus Barbie. An even worse Nazi gangster, Franz Six, was coaxed into their service when his sentence as a war criminal was commuted by U.S. High Commissioner John J. McCloy. He was put to work for Reinhard Gehlen, with special responsibility for developing a secret army under the auspices of the United States, together with former Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht specialists, to help the military forces established by Hitler in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union in operations that lasted well into the 1950s. Gehlen himself had headed Nazi military intelligence on the Eastern Front and was put in charge of the espionage and counterintelligence service of the new West German state, under close supervision of the CIA. Meanwhile, as in Japan, the burden of reconstruction fell on the shoulders of German workers, in part through fiscal measures that wiped out the savings of the poor and union funds. So thorough was the U.S. attack on the German labor movement that even the AFL complained. Eisenberg comments, although the AFL had helped lay the groundwork for these consequences through its anti-union activities. Union activists were purged and strikes were forcibly blocked. In 1949, the State Department expressed its satisfaction that industrial peace had been achieved, with a now docile and tractable workforce and an end to the prospect of a unified popular movement that could challenge the authority of the United States. Owners and directors. Tom Bauer describes the results in a study of the rehabilitation of Nazi war criminals. 4 years after the war, those responsible for the day-to-day management of post-war Germany were remarkably similar to those of the administration that existed during the time of Hitler. including bankers and industrialists guilty of war crimes, who were released and restored to their old roles, renewing their collaboration with American companies. 0. In short, the treatment of the two big workshops was basically similar. In later years, as we have seen, the United States was clearly wary of apparent Soviet initiatives for a demilitarized Germany and moves toward dismantling the Pax system. Western European elites have been no less concerned, since the decline of the East-West confrontation could let politics run loose among these people, with all the dire effects this entailed. This has been one of the quiet notes under the 1980s debate on arms control, security issues, and political prospects for a united Europe. 5. Minor workshops. In France and Italy, the United States authorities carried out similar tasks. In both countries, Marshall Plan aid depended largely on the exclusion of the communists, including important elements of the anti-fascist resistance and the labor movement. It was, therefore, about democracy in the usual sense. American aid was of crucial importance in the early years to the suffering people of Europe and was therefore a powerful lever of control, a matter of great importance to U.S. business interests and long-term planning. If Europe did not receive massive financial aid and adopt a coherent recovery program, American officials feared that the communist left would win, even through free elections, observes Melvin Leffer. On the eve of the announcement of the Marshall Plan, Ambassador to France Jefferson Caffery warned Secretary of State Marshall of the dire consequences if the Communists won the elections in France. Soviet penetration of Western Europe, Africa, the Mediterranean, and the Middle East would be greatly facilitated. May 12, 1947. The dominoes were ready to fall. Throughout the month of May, the United States pressured the political leaders of France and Italy to form coalition governments that would exclude the Communists. It was made clear and explicit that aid would depend on avoiding open political competition, in which the left and the labor movement could dominate. During 1948, Secretary of State Marshall and others publicly stressed that if Communists were elected to power, U.S. aid would end. This was no small threat, given the situation in Europe at the time. In France, post-war destitution, along with direct violence, was exploited to undermine the French labor movement. Desperately needed food supplies were withheld to compel obedience, and gangster groups were organized to create squads of gunslingers and strike breakers, a point described with some pride in semi-official reports from American labor, which praised the AFL for their successes in helping save Europe from division and weakening the labor movement, thereby thwarting supposed Soviet designs, and protecting the flow of arms to Indochina for the French War of Reconquest, another prime objective of the U.S. labor bureaucracy. The CIA reconstituted the Mafia for these purposes, in one of its first operations. The quid pro quo was the restoration of the heroin trade. The United States government's connection to the prosperity of the drug business continues to this day. American policies for Italy were basically picked up where they had been interrupted by World War II. The United States had supported Mussolini's fascism from the seizure of power in 1922 until the 1930s. Mussolini's alliance with Hitler during the war ended these friendly relations, but they resumed when American forces liberated southern Italy in 1943, establishing the government of Field Marshal Badoglio and the royal family, who had collaborated with the fascist government. As the Allied forces advanced north, they dispersed the anti-fascist resistance along with the local government bodies they had formed in their attempt to create the foundations of a new democratic and republican state in the various areas that they managed to liberate from the Germans. Gianfranco Pasquino. A center-right government with neo-fascist participation was established and the left was soon excluded. Here, too, the plan was for the working classes and the poor to bear the burden of reconstruction, with lower wages and layoffs. The aid was contingent on the removal of the left communists and socialists because they defended the interests of working people and thus were an obstacle to the kind of recovery envisioned, in the State Department's view. The Communist Party was collaborationist. His stance. fundamentally involved the subordination of all reforms to the liberation of Italy and effectively discouraged any attempt to introduce either irreversible political changes or changes in the ownership of industrial companies in the northern areas, rejecting and discouraging those groups of workers who wanted expropriate some factories, Pasquino. But the party did try to defend jobs, wages, and living standards for the poor, and thus constituted a political and psychological barrier to a potential recovery program, comments historian John Harper, analyzing Kennan's insistence and others in which communists were excluded from government, while admitting that it would be desirable to include representatives of what Harper calls the democratic working class. The recovery, it was understood, would take place at the expense of the working class and the poor. Because of its concern for the needs of these social sectors, the Communist Party was labeled extremist and anti-democratic by U.S. propaganda, which also skillfully manipulated the alleged Soviet threat. Under pressure from the United States, the Christian Democrats abandoned wartime promises of workplace democracy, and the police, sometimes under the control of former fascists, were encouraged to suppress the activities of the labor movement. The Vatican announced that anyone who voted communist in the 1948 elections would be denied the sacraments and supported the conservative Christian Democrats under the slogan "O with Christ." O contro Cristo, either with Christ or against Christ. A year later, Pope Pius XII excommunicated all Italian communists. A combination of violence, aid manipulation and other threats, and a huge propaganda campaign, were enough to determine the outcome of the crucial 1948 elections, essentially bought by U.S. intervention and pressure. U.S. election preparation policies were crafted in such a way that even the dumbest of Italians would see the intent, as the Italian State Department official put it with characteristic ruling class elegance. As 30 years earlier, Italians are like children who must be guided and helped, see above, paragraph beginning, with growing labor militancy. The policies included police violence and threats to withhold food, to ban anyone who voted the wrong way from entering the United States, to deport Italian Americans who supported the communists, to deny Italy Marshall Plan aid, and so on. State Department historian James Miller observes that subsequent economic development was carried out at the expense of the working class, while the left and the labor movement were fragmented with the support of the United States, and that the United States reduced a democratic alternative to the preferred center-right government, which proved to be corrupt and inept. The basic political premise was that as a key strategic entity, Italy's fate remained too important for Italians to decide alone. Harper, particularly the misguided Italians, with their misconception of democracy. Meanwhile, the United States was planning a military intervention in the event of a legal communist political victory in 1948, and this was abundantly clear in public propaganda. Kennan secretly suggested that the Communist Party be outlawed to prevent its electoral victory, recognizing that this would likely lead to civil war, U.S. military intervention, and the military division of Italy. But his suggestion was rejected on the assumption that other means of coercion would suffice. The National Security Council, however, secretly requested military support for clandestine operations in Italy, as well as a national mobilization in the United States in case the Communists gained dominance of the Italian government by legal means. The subversion of effective democracy in Italy was taken very seriously. Washington's intention to resort to violence if free elections yield undesired results is not easy to address, so it has been largely suppressed, even in the academic literature. One of the two major scholarly monographs on this period discusses the NSC memos, but makes no mention of the actual content of the foundational section. The second treats it in passing in a sentence. In the general literature, this whole question is unknown. The CIA operations to control the Italian elections, authorized by the National Security Council in December 1947, were the first major clandestine operation of the newly created service. As we have noted before, CIA operations to subvert Italian democracy continued on a substantial scale well into the 1970s. In Italy, too, American labor leaders, especially the AFL, played an active role in dividing and weakening the labor movement and inducing workers to accept austerity measures while the bosses reaped rich profits. In France, the AFL had put an end to dock strikes by importing Italian scab labor paid by American companies. The State Department asked the Federation leaders to exercise their talents to split the unions in Italy as well, and they were happy to do this favor. The business sector, previously discredited for its association with Italian fascism, waged a vigorous class struggle with renewed confidence. The end result was the subordination of the working class and the poor to the traditional rulers. In the leading scholarly study of American labor activities in Italy, Ronald Filippelli notes that American aid had been used for the most part to rebuild Italy on the old basis of a conservative society, in a riotous capitalist restoration behind the backs of Italy. Of the poor, with low consumption and low wages, enormous profits and no interference in the prerogatives of the administration. Meanwhile, AFL President George Meany was angrily rejecting criticism of his programs to repress the labor movement, claiming that freedom in Italy was not the sole concern of his own people. Consequently, the AFL would pursue its higher goal of strengthening the forces of freedom and social progress throughout the world, ensuring that American corporate interests continued to have increasing influence. Here is an example of true class collaboration. The result was a restoration to power of the very ruling class responsible for and benefiting from fascism, removing the working class from politics, subordinating it to the needs of investors and forcing it to bear the burden of Italian miracolo, concludes Filippelli. The policies of the late 1940s particularly harmed the poorer regions and politically powerless social strata, Harper notes, but succeeded in breaking down rigid labor markets and facilitating the growth of the 1950s, led by the export, which relied on the chronic weakness and remarkable mobility of the Italian working class. These happy circumstances, he continues, entailed further economic development of some kind, while the CIA organized new secret funding and multi-million-dollar propaganda campaigns in order to ensure that these timely arrangements would persist. Later commentators tend to see the subversion of democracy in France and Italy by the United States as a defense of democracy. In a highly regarded study of the CIA and American democracy, Rodri Jeffries-Jones describes the CIA's Italian adventure, along with its similar efforts in France, as an operation to support the democracy, while admitting that the selection of Italy as a target of special attention was by no means only a question of democratic principles. Our passion for democracy was reinforced by the strategic importance of the country. But it was a compromise with the democratic principles that inspired the U.S. government to impose the social and political regimes of its choice, using the enormous power at its command and exploiting the deprivation and pain of the victims of war, who should be taught not to raise their heads to have a true democracy. A more nuanced position is taken by James Miller in his monograph on U.S. policies towards Italy. Summarizing the information, he concludes, in retrospect, the U.S. involvement in stabilizing Italy was a significant if upsetting triumph. American power guaranteed Italians the right to choose their future form of government and was also used to ensure that they chose democracy. In defense of this democracy against real but probably overrated external and internal threats, the United States used anti-democratic tactics that tended to undermine the legitimacy of the Italian state. The external threats, as Miller had already commented, were hardly real. The Soviet Union watched from a distance as the United States subverted the 1948 election and restored the traditional conservative order, in accordance with its wartime agreement with Churchill that it would leave Italy in the West. The external threat was the threat of democracy. The idea that the American intervention gave the Italians freedom of choice, while at the same time ensuring that they chose democracy, in our special sense of the word, is reminiscent of the attitude of the extreme pacifists towards Latin America, that its people should choose freely and independently except when it would adversely affect the interests of the United States, and that the United States had no interest in controlling it unless the processes got out of control. See Chapter 8. p. 261, from the original English edition, Deterring Democracy. The democratic ideal, at home and abroad, is simple and honest: you are free to do what you want, as long as that is what we want. What do you do? 6. Some wider effects. Aside from Germany's rearmament within a Western military alliance which no Russian government could easily accept for obvious reasons, Stalin watched all of this relatively calmly, apparently seeing it as a counterpart to his own severe repression of Eastern Europe. However, these parallel processes would surely lead to conflict. In his analysis of reversal in Japan, John Roberts argues that the American rehabilitation of the monopoly economies of West Germany and Japan, largely under the same pre-war leadership, was a cause, not a consequence, of the Cold War. Its rehabilitation was, without a doubt, a vital part of the strategy of American capitalism in its total revenge against communism, which means, first of all, a major attack against the participation of the popular classes in the process of taking over of decisions. Focusing on Europe, Melvin Leffer notes that attitudes to European recovery prompted U.S. officials to act. In order to protect markets, raw materials, and the benefits of investment in the Third World, revolutionary nationalism had to be thwarted outside Europe, just as the struggle against indigenous communism had to be waged within Europe. In this interconnected attempt to control the forces of the left and the potential power of the Kremlin lies much of the history, strategy, and international geopolitics of the Cold War period. 0. These are defining notes throughout the modern age, and remain so. Throughout the process of rebuilding industrial societies, the first concern was to establish a state capitalist order under the traditional conservative elites, within the global framework of U.S. power, which would guarantee the ability to exploit the various regions that they had to fulfill the function of market and source of raw materials. If these goals were achieved, the system would be stable and resistant to the feared social change, which would naturally be destructive once the system was established. Running in a relatively orderly fashion. In the rich industrial centers, large segments of the population would adapt and be pushed to abandon any more radical vision under a rational analysis of costs and benefits. Once its institutional structure is in place, capitalist democracy will work only if everyone subordinates their interests to the needs of those who control investment decisions, from the country club to the kitchen. It is only a matter of time before independent working class culture deteriorates, along with the institutions and organizations that sustain it, given the distribution of resources and power. And once popular organizations are weakened or eliminated, isolated individuals cannot participate in the political system in any meaningful way. Over time, it will become, in large part, a symbolic element or, at most, a device through which the public can select among the competing elite groups and ratify their decisions, playing the role that has been assigned to them. Assigned by progressive democratic theorists in the style of Walter Lippmann. This was a plausible assumption in the early post-war period, and has so far proved to be largely accurate, despite many rifts, tensions and conflicts. The European elites have an interest in the preservation of their system, and they fear their internal populations no less than the United States authorities feared them. Hence his commitment to Cold War confrontation, which proved to be an effective technique of internal social management, and his readiness, with occasional murmurs of discontent, to support America's global crusades. The system is oppressive and often brutal, but this is not a problem as long as the victims are others. It also raises constant threats of large-scale catastrophe, but these also do not factor into planning decisions determined by the goal of maximizing short-term advantage, which remains the operating principle. 8. Strength and opinion. In his study of the Scottish intellectual tradition, George Davy establishes his central theme as the recognition of the fundamental role of natural beliefs or principles of common sense, such as the belief in an independent external world, the belief in causality, the belief in unideal criteria, and the belief in the conscious self as distinct from the rest of oneself. These principles are sometimes considered to be regulatory in nature. Although never fully substantiated, they provide the foundation for thought and conceptual framework. Some claim that they contain a irreducible element of mystery, Davy notes, while others hope to provide a rational foundation for them. As far as this question is concerned, the jury has still not returned its verdict. These ideas go back to 17th-century thinkers who reacted to the skeptical crisis of the times by recognizing that there is absolutely no certain basis for knowledge, but that we do have ways of achieving a reliable understanding of the world and of things nonetheless. Improve that understanding and apply it, essentially the position of today's scientists. Similarly, in normal life, a reasonable person relies on the natural beliefs of common sense, at the same time recognizing that they may be limited or erroneous, and hoping to improve or alter them as understanding progresses. Davy credits David Hume with providing Scottish philosophy with this particular insight and, more generally, with teaching philosophy the right questions to ask. One of the problems raised by Hume is particularly relevant to the interests of these essays. Considering the first principles of government, Hume found that there was nothing more surprising than see how easily the many are ruled by the few, and observe the implicit submission with which men surrender their own feelings and passions to those of their rulers. When we investigate by what means this marvel is produced, we discover that since force is always on the side of the governed, the rulers have nothing to back them up except opinion. Thus, the government is based only on opinion, and this maxim extends to the most despotic and most military governments as well as to the freest and most popular. Hume was a keen observer, and his paradox of government is very much to the point. His point of view explains why elites are so dedicated to indoctrination and thought control, an important and neglected issue in modern history. The audience must be put in their place, wrote Walter Lippmann, so that we can lie free from the stomping and roaring of a bewildered crowd whose function is to be interested spectators of the action, non-participants. And if the state lacks the strength to coerce and the voice of the people can be heard, it is necessary to make sure that the voice says the right thing, as respected intellectuals have been advising for many years. Hume's observation raises many questions. A dubious feature is the idea that might is on the side of the governed. The reality is more terrible. Much of human history supports the contrary thesis, advanced a century earlier by proponents of parliamentary rule against the king, but more significantly, against the people, that the power of the sword is, and always has been, the foundation of all rights to rule. Force has more subtle versions as well, including a number of costs other than outright violence that accompany a refusal to submit. However, Hume's paradox is real. Even despotic rule is usually based on some degree of consensus, and the abdication of rights is the hallmark of the freest societies, a fact that deserves analysis. 1. The harder side. The harsher side of the truth is underscored by the fate of popular movements over the past decade. In satellite countries, Soviets, the rulers had ruled by force, not by opinion. When the force had withdrawn, the fragile tyrannies quickly collapsed, for the most part with little bloodshed. These remarkable triumphs have generated some euphoria about the power of love, tolerance, nonviolence, the human spirit, and forgiveness. Such was Václav Havel's explanation of the failure of the police and army to crush the Czechoslovak uprising. The idea is comforting, but illusory, as even the most cursory look at history reveals. The essential factor was not some new form of love and nonviolence. Nothing new has been done here. That factor was, on the contrary, the withdrawal of the Soviet force and the collapse of the coercive structures based on it. Those who believe otherwise can turn for help to the ghost of Archbishop Romero and countless others who tried to confront the human spirit with unyielding terror. Recent events in Eastern and Central Europe constitute a marked departure from the historical norm. Throughout modern history, popular forces motivated by radical democratic ideals have attempted to combat autocratic rule. On occasion, they have been able to expand the domains of freedom and justice before being defeated. Often they are simply crushed. But it is hard to imagine another case when the establishment simply backed down in the face of a popular challenge. No less remarkable is the behavior of the reigning superpower, which not only did not prevent these events by force as it did in the past, but even encouraged them, along with significant internal changes. The historical norm is illustrated by the radically different case of Central America, where every popular effort to overthrow the brutal tyrannies of the oligarchy and the military faces a brutal force, supported or directly organized by the sovereign of the hemisphere. 10 years ago, there were signs of hope regarding the end of the dark times of terror and misery, with the rise of mutual aid groups, trade unions, peasant associations, grassroots Christian communities and other grassroots organizations that might have opened the way to democracy and social reform. This prospect gave rise to a severe response from the United States and its clients, generally backed by their European allies. With a campaign of murder, torture and general barbarism that left these societies affected by terror and panic, collective intimidation and generalized fear and an internalized acceptance of terror, in the words of a Salvadoran organization of ecclesiastical basis for human rights, see below, paragraph beginning, throughout that decade, and long after. The first efforts developed in Nicaragua to direct resources towards the poor majority propelled Washington into an economic and ideological war and outright terror to punish these transgressions, destroying economic and social life. Western educated opinion regards such consequences as a success as long as the challenge to power and privilege has been met and the targets have been correctly chosen. Assassinating prominent priests in full view is not wise, but rural activists and union leaders are good prey and, of course, peasants, Indians, students, and other lesser species in general. Shortly after the murder of the Jesuit priests in El Salvador in November 1989, the Wire service carried a story written by AP correspondent Douglas Grant Mine entitled Second Salvador Massacre, but of common folk, the second massacre in El Salvador, but of ordinary people, which reported how soldiers entered a working-class neighborhood, captured 6 men, lined them up against a wall and murdered them, adding, to boot, a 14-year-old boy. They were not priests or human rights defenders, Mine wrote, so their deaths have gone largely unnoticed, as was the story, which was ignored. This was, after all, just another episode in the savage outburst of torture, destruction, and murder that Secretary of State James Baker hailed as absolutely appropriate at a press conference the next day, not generating no comment. Another demonstration of our values. Mine's report is wrong in assuming that the murder of priests and human rights defenders is a focus of attention. This is far from the truth, as has been abundantly documented, although too brazen an attack is frowned upon as reckless. The same week the Jesuits were assassinated, writes the correspondent Alan Nairn, at least 28 other civilians were similarly killed. Among them was the president of the Hydraulic Works Union, the leader of the University Women's Organization, 9 members of an Indian agricultural cooperative, 10 university students. On the other hand, an investigation of the murders committed in El Salvador leads directly to the gates of Washington. All absolutely appropriate, hence not worthy of concern or interest. So the story continues, one harrowing week after another. The comparison between the Soviet and American satellite countries is so startling and obvious that it takes real dedication not to notice it, and outside Western intellectual circles it is a cliché. A writer for the Mexican newspaper Excelsior, describing how relations between the United States and Latin America deteriorated during the 1980s, comments on the staggering contrast between Soviet behavior toward its satellite countries and U.S. policy in the Western Hemisphere. Where intransigence, interventionism, and the application of typical instruments of the police state have traditionally marked Washington's actions, in Europe, the Soviet Union and Gorbachev are associated with the struggle for freedom of movement, for political rights, and out of respect for public opinion. Throughout the Americas, the United States and President Bush are associated with the indiscriminate bombing of civilians, the organization, training, and financing of death squads, and programs of mass murder, which is not exactly the story known in New York and Washington, where the United States is heralded as an inspiration for the triumph of democracy in our days, the new republic. In El Salvador, the magazine Preciso, of the Jesuit University, observed, The alleged Salvadoran democratic process could learn a lot from the capacity for self-criticism that the socialist nations are showing. If Lech Walesa had been carrying out his organizing work in El Salvador, he would already be among the ranks of the disappeared at the hands of heavily armed men dressed in civilian clothes, or he would have been blown to pieces in a dynamite attack on his union headquarters. If Alexander Dubček were a politician in our country, he would have been assassinated like Hectorically the social democratic leader assassinated in Guatemala by Salvadoran death squads, according to the Guatemalan government. Had Andrei Sakharov worked here for human rights, he would have met the same fate as Herbert Anaya, one of the many assassinated leaders of the independent Salvadoran Human Rights Commission. If Odiasic or Václav Havel had been developing their intellectual work in El Salvador, they would have woken up one sinister morning lying in the courtyard of a university campus, their heads shattered by the bullets of an elite army battalion. This comparison was expanded upon at a seminar on opportunity and Christian mission organized by the Latin American Council of Churches in San Jose, Costa Rica, which was reported in Mexico's leading newspaper. Participants contrasted the positive developments in the Soviet Union and its domains with the circumstances in Central America, marked by the intervention of the United States and the shift to the right in the control of government power. The pastoral letter Hope Against Hope announced at the end of the meeting said that, in this context, the military, institutional, financial, political, and cultural powers, those of the media, as well as the power of certain churches indifferent to social problems, will unfold with greater force in Central America, with serious consequences for the poor majority. Presumably, reference is made to fundamentalist churches backed by the United States in an effort to divert the poor population from any struggle to improve the conditions of their meaningless life on earth. The 1980s were notable in the region for the widening gap between rich and poor, for a political shift to the right, and for a conservative offensive on the economic front. The goal of the peace plan for Central America was to put the Nicaraguan revolution on the path of neoliberal democracy and defend governments like the Salvadoran. By achieving these results, the regime supported by the United States and its promoter will turn the tables on demands regarding human rights and social justice. The same comparison was articulated by Guatemalan journalist Julio Godoy after a brief visit to Guatemala. He had fled a year earlier when his newspaper, La Época, was blown up by state terrorists, an operation that aroused no interest in the United States. She was not reported, although she was well known. At the time, the media was very concerned that the US-funded newspaper La Prensa, which was openly on the side of the US-led forces attacking Nicaragua, had reduced circulation because of the shortage of paper, an atrocity that gave rise to impassioned diatribes about Sandinista totalitarianism. In light of this crime, Western commentators could hardly be expected to point out that the US-backed security forces had silenced Guatemala's only small independent voice in the usual way. This is just another illustration of the utter disregard for press freedom in Western circles, also revealed by the silence that accompanies the violent destruction of the independent Salvadoran press through state terror, the routine closure of newspapers under preposterous pretexts, and the arrest and torture of journalists in the Israeli-occupied territories and sometimes in Israel itself, the storming of the headquarters of South Korea's main broadcasting network by riot police in order to arrest the union's leader, accusing him of having organized workers' protests, and other similar contributions to order and good manners. 0. Eastern Europeans are in a sense more fortunate than Central Americans, Godoy wrote. While the Moscow-imposed government in Prague would degrade and humiliate the reformists, the Washington-created government in Guatemala would kill them. And it is still doing so, in a virtual genocide that has claimed more than 100,000 victims. In what Amnesty International calls a government program of political assassination. This, he suggested, is the main explanation for the audacious character of the recent student uprising in Prague. The Czechoslovakian army does not shoot to kill. In Guatemala, not to mention El Salvador, indiscriminate terror is used to prevent unions and peasant organizations from finding their own way and to ensure that the press submits or disappears, so that Western liberals do not have to be irritated by censorship in the young democracies to which they applaud. There is an important difference in the nature of armies and their foreign tutors. In the Soviet satellite countries, the armies are apolitical and obey their national government, while in the US satellites, the army is the power and does what its foreign tutor has been training it to do for years. Decades. One is tempted to believe that some people in the White House worship Aztec gods with offerings of Central American blood. In El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, they backed forces that can easily compete for the world prize for cruelty to. Be sure of Nicolae Ceausescu. Godoy quotes a European diplomat as saying, "As long as the Americans do not change their attitude toward the region, there will be no room for truth or hope here. Surely there will be no place for nonviolence and love." We would have to look far to find such topics in the discourse of the United States or of the West in general, which prefers largely meaningless, albeit self-flattering, comparisons between Eastern Europe and Western Europe. Nor is the terrible catastrophe of capitalism in recent years a major theme in contemporary discourse, a catastrophe that is dramatic in Latin America and other domains of the industrial West, in the inner third world of the United States and in the exported slums of Europe. Nor are we likely to find that too much attention has been paid to the hard to ignore fact that matters of economic success typically involve the coordination of the state and of industrial and financial groups, another sign of the collapse of capitalism in the last 60 years. Only in the third world is it subject to the destructive forces of free market capitalism, so that it can be more efficiently stolen and exploited by the powerful. Central America represents the historical norm, not Eastern Europe. Hume's observation requires this correction. Recognizing this, it remains true, and important, that government typically relies on systems of compliance other than force, even where force is available as the only recourse. 2. The stunning flock and their shepherds. In the contemporary period, Hume's view has been revised and elaborated with a crucial innovation: thought control is more important for free and popular governments than for despotic and military states. The logical reason is simple. A despotic state can control its internal enemy by force, but when the state loses its weapon, they require other devices to prevent the ignorant masses from interfering in public affairs, which are none of their business. These salient features of modern political and intellectual culture deserve a closer look. The problem of putting the public in its place came to the fore with what one historian calls the first great burst of democratic thought in history, the English Revolution of the 17th century. The problem of how to contain the threat. The libertarian ideas of the radical Democrats were considered offensive by respectable people. These ideas favored universal education, guaranteed health care, and democratization of the law, which someone described as a bitch, the poor being the geese, plucks their feathers and devours them. They developed a kind of liberation theology which, as one critic ominously put it, preached a seditious doctrine to the people and sought to rouse the plebs, against all the great men of the kingdom, in order to drag them into associations and combinations between the one and the other, against all the lords, the bourgeoisie, the ministers, the lawyers and the rich and peaceful men, the historian Clement Walker. Particularly fearsome were the itinerant workers and preachers who called for liberty and democracy, the agitators who exalted the mob, and the printers who published pamphlets questioning authority and its mysteries. There can be no form of government without its own mysteries, warned Walker, mysteries that must be hidden from ordinary people. Ignorance and the admiration born of ignorance are the parents of devotion and obedience. Civilians, an idea corroborated by Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor. The radical Democrats had projected all the mysteries and secrets of government before the common people, as pearls before pigs, he continued, and had thus made people so curious and arrogant that they would never find humility enough to submit to civil government. It is dangerous, another commenter ominously observed, for people to know their own strength. The plebs did not want to be ruled by the king or parliament, but by peasants like us, who know our wishes. Their pamphlets further explain that there will never be a just world. As long as they make laws for us, gentlemen and lords, who are chosen out of fear and do nothing but oppress us, and do not know the evils of the people. Naturally, these ideas stunned men of great worth. They were willing to grant the people rights, but within reason, and under the principle that when we mention the people, we do not refer to the confused and promiscuous body of the people. After the Democrats had been defeated, John Locke commented that laborers and merchants, old maids, and stable girls must be told what to believe. Most of them cannot know and therefore must believe. Like John Milton and other civil libertarians of the day, Locke had a strongly limited concept of free speech. Its fundamental Constitution of Carolina excluded those who in their religious assembly speak irreverently or seditiously about the government or rulers or about matters of state. The Constitution guaranteed freedom for speculative opinions in religion, but not for political opinions. Locke would not have even allowed the people to discuss public affairs, observes Leonard Levy. The Constitution further provided that all manner of comment and exposition on any part of these constitutions or on any part of the common or statutory laws of the Carolinas is absolutely prohibited. In drafting the reasons for Parliament to end censorship in 1694, Locke offered no defense of freedom of speech or thought, only considerations of expediency and prejudice to commercial interests. Once the threat of democracy had been overcome and the libertarian rabble dispersed, censorship was allowed to die out in England because opinion formers censored themselves. Nothing was printed to scare off owners, says Christopher Hill. In a well-functioning state capitalist democracy like the United States, anything that might frighten men of financial means is usually hidden from the public, sometimes with rather astonishing success. Such ideas have wide resonance even today, including Locke's stern doctrine that ordinary people should be denied even the right to discuss public affairs. This doctrine remains a principle of modern democratic states, today put into practice through various means to shield state operations from public scrutiny, labeling certain documents as secret under the largely fraudulent pretext of national security, clandestine operations, and other measures to prevent the access of the plebs to the political scene. Such devices typically gain new strength under the regime of pro-state reactionaries of the likes of Reagan and Thatcher. The same ideas frame the essential professional task and responsibility of the intellectual community, to shape perceived historical data and contemporary worldview in the interests of the powerful, thus ensuring that the suitably baffled public keeps it in place and does its job. In the 1950s, the defenders of Parliament and the army against the people easily demonstrated that the rabble could not be trusted. This was evident in his persistent monarchical sentiments and his reluctance to place his affairs in the hands of the petty aristocracy and the army, who were truly the people, although the people, in their foolishness, disagreed. The bulk of the people are a mad-headed crowd, beasts in the form of men. It is just to repress them, just as it is just to save the life of a lunatic or disturbed person even against his will. If the people are so depraved and corrupt as to confer positions of power and trust on evil and undeserving people, they thereby relinquish their power to those who are good, though few. The good and few can be the petty aristocracy or the industrialists or the vanguard party and the central committee or the intellectuals who qualify as experts because they articulate the consensus of the powerful, to paraphrase one of Henry Kissinger's views. They direct or are useful to business empires, ideological institutions, and political structures at various levels. His task is to herd the stunned flock and keep the reckless mob in a state of implicit submission, thus preventing the dire prospect of freedom and self-determination. Similar ideas were forged when Spanish explorers began what Tsvetan Todorov calls the greatest genocide in human history after they discovered America 500 years ago. They justified their acts of terror and oppression alleging that the natives are no more capable of governing themselves than madmen or even wild beasts and animals, seeing that their food is no more agreeable and scarcely better than that of wild beasts and their stupidity is much greater than that of children and madmen in other countries. Professor and theologian Francisco de Vitoria, one of the pinnacles of Spanish humanism in the 16th century. Therefore, the intervention is legitimate for the purpose of exercising protection rights, says Todorov, Summarizing Vittoria's basic thinking. When the English savages took up this task a few years later, they naturally adopted the same attitude in taming wolves in the guise of men, as George Washington described those objects that stood in the way of the progress of civilization and had to be disposed of on their own right. The English colonizers had already handled the fierce Celts in the same way, for example when Lord Cumberland, known as the Butcher, ravaged the Highlands of Scotland before moving on to continue his work in North America. 150 years later, their descendants had cleansed North America of its native plague, reducing the lunatics from 10 million to 200,000, according to some recent estimates, and turned their attention elsewhere, to civilize the wild beasts of the Philippines. The Indian fighters assigned by President McKinley to Christianize and edifying these unfortunate creatures rid the liberated islands of hundreds of thousands of them, accelerating their ascent to the heavens. They, too, were rescuing unreasonable creatures from their depravity by killing the natives English style, as the New York press described their painful responsibility, adding that we must take the slimy glory that dwells in mass slaughter until have learned to respect our weapons, moving on to the more difficult task of making them respect our intentions. This is, quite accurately, the course of history, as the plague of European civilization devastated much of the world. On the home front, the continuing problem was clearly formulated by the 17th century political thinker Marc-Amant Needham. The proposals of the radical Democrats, he wrote, would result in ignorant people. Culture nor fortune, assume authority. Given their freedom, the stubborn crowd would elect the lowest of the people, who would be in charge of milking and mutilating the purses of the rich, taking the easy road to all perversions, evil, mere anarchy and confusion. These sentiments are the currency of modern political and intellectual discourse. And more as the popular struggle succeeded, over the centuries, in carrying out the proposals of the radical Democrats, so that increasingly sophisticated means had to be created to reduce their substantive satisfaction. Such problems regularly arise in periods of social upheaval and conflict. After the American Revolution, rebellious and independent farmers had to be taught by force that the ideals expressed in the 1776 pamphlets were not to be taken seriously. The common people were not to be represented by peasants like themselves, who know the evils of the people, but by the petty aristocracy, merchants, lawyers, and others who held or were in the service of private power. Jefferson and Madison believed that power should be in the hands of the natural aristocracy, comments Edmund Morgan, men like them who would defend property rights against Hamilton's paper aristocracy and against the poor. Slaves, the destitute, and homeless laborers were regarded as a constant danger to both liberty and property. The dominant doctrine, expressed by the Founding Fathers, is that those who own the country ought to rule it. John J. The rise of business in the 19th century and the legal structures created to ensure its dominance over public and private life established the victory of the Federalists opposed to popular democracy in a new and powerful way. Revolutionary struggles often pit aspirants to power against each other despite being united in their opposition to radical democratic tendencies among ordinary people. Lenin and Trotsky, shortly after seizing state power in 1917, proceeded to dismantle the organs of popular control, including works councils and Soviets, thus proceeding to deteriorate and defeat socialist tendencies. Lenin, an orthodox Marxist, did not see socialism as a viable option in his backward and underdeveloped country. Until his last days, it remained for him an elementary truth of Marxism that the victory of socialism requires the effort. Group of workers in several of the advanced countries, in particular Germany. In what has always seemed to me his greatest work, Homage to Catalonia, George Orwell described a similar process in Spain, where fascists, communists, and liberal democracies agreed in their opposition to the libertarian revolution that swept much of the country, and returned to enter into conflict over the spoils only when the popular forces had been repressed. There are many examples, often influenced by high-power violence. This is particularly true in the Third World. A persistent concern of Western elites is that popular organizations could lay the groundwork for meaningful democracy and social reform, threatening the prerogatives of the privileged. Those who they rouse the plebs and drag them into associations and combinations with one another against men of great worth must therefore be repressed or eliminated. Not surprisingly, Archbishop Romero was assassinated shortly after urging President Carter to deny military aid to the ruling junta, which he warned would use it to increase injustice and repression against people's organizations fighting for the respect of their most basic human rights. The Archbishop had put his finger right on the problem to be overcome, whatever the euphemisms and tortuous arguments used to hide this fundamental fact. Consequently, your request for a guarantee that the U.S. government will not intervene directly or indirectly, with military, economic, diplomatic or other pressures, in determining the fate of the Salvadoran people was denied with the promise that aid to the military junta would be reconsidered in case develop evidence of misuse. The Archbishop was assassinated and the security forces returned to the task of destroying popular organizations through savage atrocities, beginning with the Rio Sumpul massacre, hidden by the loyalist media. It is also not a surprise that the Office for Human Rights did not observe the developing misuse as the atrocities increased, with one exception, when American religious women were raped, tortured and murdered, and therefore that fact had to be hidden. Event. Or what? Media and intellectual opinion largely ignored the Archbishop's assassination, which did not even merit an editorial in the New York Times, disguised the complicity of the armed forces and the civilian government established by the United States as a cover for their necessary work, suppress reports from the church, human rights groups, and a congressional delegation about the growing state of terror, and even claim that there is no real proof that an estimated 10,000 political deaths in 1980 were victims of government forces or irregular forces associated with them. Washington Post. When there is a job to do, we must get down to work without sentimentality. Human rights concerns are fine when they can be used as an ideological weapon to undermine enemies or restore popular faith in the nobility of the state. But they are not to interfere with serious business, such as dispersing and crushing the plebs who form organizations against the interests of the best men. The same known commitment to necessary terror was revealed a decade later, in March 1990, when the Archbishop's assassination was commemorated in El Salvador in an impressive 3-day ceremony. The poor, the humble, and the devout gathered in their thousands to honor his memory at a mass celebrated in the cathedral where he was assassinated, reported the telegraphic services, filling the square and the surrounding streets after a march led by 16 bishops, 3 from the United States. The Salvadoran Church formally proposed the sanctification of Archbishop Romero. The first such case since Thomas Becket was murdered at the altar some 800 years ago. America's Watch published a report on the shameful decade, symbolically limited by these two events: the death of Archbishop Romero in 1980 and the assassination of the Jesuits in 1989, that offers a harsh testimony about who really governs El Salvador and what little has changed. People for whom the assassination of priests remains the preferred option because they simply won't hear the cries for change and justice in a society that has had too little of both. In his homily, Romero's successor, Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas, said, "Because he is the voice of those who have no voice, he was violently silenced. The victims remain voiceless, and the Archbishop remains silent as well." No senior officials from the Cristiani government or his Arena party attended the Mass, not even its leader Roberto D'Aubuisson, allegedly responsible for the assassination in coordination with USBAC security forces. The United States government was also conspicuous by its absence. The ceremony held in El Salvador went almost unnoticed in the country that finances and trains assassins. The commemorations held in our country also ignored the national press. However, there should be no more embarrassment, assuming there is today. This will be the last public religious homage to Romero for decades, since ecclesiastical doctrine prohibits homage to candidates for sanctification. Revulsion at Thomas Becket's murder forced King Henry II, who was held indirectly responsible, to do penance in the chapel. We will wait a long time for this to happen again, another sign of the progress of civilization. The threat that grassroots organization poses to privilege is real enough in itself. And what is even worse, the rot can spread, according to the terminology of the political elites. There may be an effect of the manifestation of an independent development in a form that attends to the ills of the people. As we have noted before, internal documents and even public information reveal that a key concern for American planners has been the fear that the virus could spread, infecting other regions. This concern is nothing new. European statesmen feared that the American Revolution might lend new strength to the apostles of sedition, Metternich, and might spread the contagion and invasion of nefarious principles, such as the pernicious doctrines of republicanism and popular self-government. Warned one of the Tsar's diplomats. A century later, the roles were reversed. Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State, Robert Lansing, feared that if the Bolshevik disease spread it would leave the ignorant and incapable bulk of mankind to rule the earth. The Bolsheviks, he continued, were attracting the proletariat of all countries, the ignorant and mentally deficient, who, by their numbers, are called to become the masters, a very real danger in view of the process of social upheaval that is developing throughout the world. Once again, it is democracy that is the terrible threat. When soldiers and workers' councils made a brief appearance in Germany, Wilson feared that they would inspire dangerous thoughts among American Negro soldiers returning from abroad. The black laundresses, he had heard, were already asking for higher wages than the going rate, saying the money is as much mine as yours. If the Bolshevik virus was not exterminated, he feared, employers might have to adjust to having workers on their boards, among other disasters. With these dire consequences in mind, the Western invasion of the Soviet Union was justified on defensive grounds against the challenge of revolution, for the very survival of the capitalist order, John Lewis Gaddis. And it was natural that the defense of the United States should extend from the invasion of the Soviet Union to the red menace of Wilson at home. As Lansing explained, force must be used to prevent the leaders of Bolshevism and anarchy from proceeding to organize or preach against the government in the United States. The government must not allow these fanatics to enjoy the freedom they now seek to destroy. The crackdown launched by the Wilson administration effectively undermined democratic politics, trade unions, press freedom, and independent thought in the interests of corporate power and the state authorities that represented their interests, all with the approval of the media and the elites in general, all in self-defense against the ignorant and mentally deficient majority. Much the same story unfolded again after World War II, once again under the guise of a Soviet threat, but in reality to restore submission to the rulers. It is often not appreciated how deeply and strongly ingrained discontent with democracy is in elite culture, and the fear it generates. When political life and independent thought were revived in the 1960s, the problem arose again, and the reaction was the same. The Trilateral Commission, which brought together liberal elites from Europe, Japan, and the United States, warned of an impending crisis of democracy when segments of the public sought to enter the political scene. This excess democracy was posing a threat to the free rule of privileged elites, what is called democracy in political theology. The problem was the usual: the rabble were trying to sort out their own affairs, taking over their communities and making their political demands known. Efforts were being organized among youth, ethnic minorities, women, social activists, and others, encouraged by the struggle of the ignorant masses everywhere for freedom and independence. More restraint in democracy would be needed, the Commission concluded, perhaps a return to the days when Truman had been able to run the country with the cooperation of a relatively small number of Wall Street lawyers and bankers, as he commented. An American informer, Irving Kristol, adds that insignificant nations, like insignificant people, can quickly experience illusions of greatness. But as a prominent neoconservative, he has no time for the soft means of consensus building, which, in any case, are not justified for puny people outside the domains of Western civilization. Hence the grand fantasies must be forcibly expelled from their little minds. In truth, the days of gunboat diplomacy never end. Gunboats are necessary to the international order, just as cars of the police are for internal order. These ideas take us all the way back to the Reagan administration, which established a state propaganda agency, the Office of Public Diplomacy, that was by far the most elaborate in American history, much to the delight of proponents of a powerful and interventionist state who are called conservatives in one of the current corruptions of political discourse. When this program was presented, a senior official described it as the type of operation that is carried out in enemy territory, an appropriate expression, expressing the usual attitudes of the elite towards the public. In this case, the enemy was not completely overpowered. The popular movement steepened their roots and spread to new sectors of the population and managed to force the state to resort to clandestine terror in the shadows, instead of the most efficient forms of open violence that Presidents Kennedy and Johnson could carry out before the public had been awakened. The fears expressed by men of great worth in the 17th century have become a central theme of political discourse, business practice, and academic social science. They were voiced by the influential moralist and foreign affairs advisor, Reinhold Niebuhr, who was revered by George Kennan, the Kennedy intellectuals, and many others. He wrote that rationality belongs to calm observers, while ordinary people follow no reason but faith. Calm observers, he explained, must recognize the stupidity of the average man, and must facilitate the necessary fantasy and the emotionally powerful oversimplifications that will keep naive fools on the right track. As in 1650, it is still necessary to protect the lunatic or disturbed person, the ignorant rabble, from their own depraved and corrupt opinions, just as one does not allow a child to cross the street unattended. According to prevailing concepts, there is no infringement of democracy if a few companies control the information system. In fact, that is the essence of democracy. Leading figure in the public relations industry, Edward Bernays, explained that the very essence of the democratic process is the freedom to persuade and suggest, which he calls consensus engineering. If the freedom to persuade turns out to be concentrated in a few hands, we must recognize that such is the nature of a free society. Since the early 20th century, the public relations industry has devoted enormous resources to educating the American people on the economic realities of life in order to ensure a favorable business climate. Their job is to control the public mind, which is the only serious danger facing the company, an AT&T executive observed 18 years ago. And, today, the Wall Street Journal enthusiastically describes corporate America's concerted efforts to change workers' attitudes and values on a massive scale, with New Age workshops and other contemporary devices of indoctrination and stupefaction created to convert worker apathy into company loyalty. Reverend Moon's agents and evangelical Christians employ similar devices to prevent threat from the peasant organization and to undermine a church that is at the service of the poor in Latin America, with the help of the intelligence services and the closely linked ultra-right international organizations. Bernays expressed the basic point in a public relations manual in 1928, the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in a democratic society. It is the intelligent minorities who need continual and systematic recourse to the use of propaganda. Given their enormous and decisive power, the highly class-conscious business community of the United States has managed to put these lessons to effective use. The defense of Bernays's propaganda is cited by Thomas McCann, head of public relations for the United Fruit Company, to which Bernays did a great favor by paving the way for the overthrow of Guatemalan democracy in 1954, a great triumph of the business propaganda with the sincere approval of the media. 0. Intelligent minorities understood long ago that this is their role. Walter Lippmann described a revolution in the practice of democracy when consensus making has become a highly conscious art and a regular organ of popular government. This is a natural process when public opinion cannot be trusted. In the absence of institutions and education by which the environment is so well informed that the realities of public life stand out very clearly against egocentric opinion, common interests altogether elude public opinion, and can be managed only by a specialized class whose personal interests go beyond the local sphere, and can thus perceive the realities. These are the men of great worth, the only ones capable of developing social and economic management. It follows that two political roles must be clearly distinguished, Lippmann continues. First, the role assigned to the specialized class, to the experts, to the responsible men, who have access to information and understanding. Ideally, they should have a special education to hold public office and should master the criteria for solving society's problems, to the extent that such criteria can be made exact and objective. The political decision, which is their domain, enters, in fact, in relation to the interests of men. Public men, moreover, have to direct opinion and take responsibility for the formation of sound public opinion. They initiate, manage, establish, and should be protected from ignorant and nosy observers, from the general public, who are unable to deal with the essence of the problem. The criteria we apply to government is whether it successfully satisfies material and cultural desires, not whether it vibrates for the self-centered opinions floating in the minds of men. Having mastered the criteria for political decision, the specialized class, protected from public interference, will serve the public interest, what is called national interest, according to the cobwebs of mystification spun by academic social science and political commentary. The second role is the work of the public, which is much more limited. It is not for the public, Lippmann observes, to judge the intrinsic merits of an issue or to offer analyses or solutions, but simply, on occasion, to put its strength at the disposal of one or another group of responsible men. The public does not reason, investigate, invent, convince, negotiate or establish. Rather, the public acts only by siding with someone who is in a position to act executively, once it has thought sensibly and disinterestedly about the matter at hand. It is precisely for this reason that you have to put the public in their place. The stunned crowd, stamping their feet and roaring, has its function, to be the interested spectator of the action, not the participant. Participation is the duty of responsible men. These ideas described by Lippmann's editors as a progressive political philosophy for liberal democracy bear an unmistakable resemblance to the Leninist concept of a vanguard party leading the masses to a better life they cannot conceive or build on their own. In reality, the transition from one position to the other, from Leninist enthusiasm to celebration of the United States, has proven to be quite easy over the years. This is not surprising, since these doctrines have similar origins. The decisive difference lies in an assessment of the prospects for power, through the exploitation of the popular struggle of the masses or the service to the present masters. It is very clear that there is an unspoken assumption behind the proposals of Lippmann and others: the specialized class has the opportunity to manage public affairs by virtue of its subordination to those who have the real power. In our societies, dominant business interests, a crucial fact that is ignored in the self-flagellation of the elected. Lippmann's thinking on these questions dates from shortly after the First World War, when the liberal intellectual community was highly impressed with his success in acting as the faithful and helpful interpreters of what appears to be one of the greatest undertakings ever undertaken by an American president, the new republic. The undertaking was Woodrow Wilson's interpretation of his election promise for peace without victory as the occasion to pursue victory without peace, with the help of liberal intellectuals, who subsequently praised themselves for having imposed its will on a reluctant or indifferent minority, relying on propagandistic elaborations on the atrocities of the Huns and the like. They acted, often unwittingly, as tools of the British Ministry of Information, which secretly defined its work as direct the thinking of most of the world. 15 years later, the influential political scientist Harold Lasswell explained in the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences that when elites lack the requisite force to compel obedience, social managers must resort to an entirely new technique of control, largely part through propaganda. He added the conventional justification: we must recognize the ignorance and stupidity of the masses and not succumb to Democratic dogmatisms about men being the best judges of their own interests. They are not, and we must control them, for their own good. The same principle guides the business community. Others have developed similar ideas and put them into practice in ideological institutions, schools, universities, the popular media, elite newspapers, and so on. A challenge to these ideas creates agitation, sometimes fury, as in the 1960s, when students, instead of simply bowing to authority, began asking too many questions and exploring beyond the limits set for them. The pretext of defending the walls against barbarian attack, now a popular stance, is little more than a comic fraud. The doctrines of Lippmann, Lasswell, and others are entirely natural in any society in which power is highly concentrated, but there are formal mechanisms by which ordinary people can, in theory, play a certain role in the government of their own affairs, a threat that clearly must be stopped. Consensus-making techniques are more sophisticated in the United States, a corporate-run society more advanced than its allies and in some important respects freer than others, so that the ignorant and stupid masses are more dangerous. But the same concerns arise in Europe, as in the past, heightened by the fact that European varieties of state capitalism have not, however, made as much progress as the United States in eliminating labor unions and other impediments to government by men, and occasionally women, of the highest quality, thus restricting politics to factions of the business party. The basic problem, recognized everywhere, is that, as the state loses the ability to control the population by force, the privileged sectors must find other methods to ensure that the plebs are eliminated from the public scene. And insignificant nations must be subjected to the same practices as insignificant people. Liberal moderates argue that others should be free and independent, but not free to choose in directions we consider unwise or contrary to our interests, a close counterpart to the dominant concept of democracy in the domestic sphere as a form of population control. At the other end of the spectrum, we find the conservatives, with their preference for quick recourse to Crystal's methods, gunboats and police cars. A properly functioning indoctrination system has several tasks, some of them quite delicate. One of their targets is the stupid and ignorant masses. They must be kept that way, sidetracked with emotionally potent oversimplifications, marginalized and isolated. Ideally, everyone should be alone in front of the television screen watching sports, soap operas, or sitcoms, deprived of the organizational structures that they enable individuals who lack resources to discover what they think and believe in interaction with others, to formulate their own concerns and agendas, and to act to make them a reality. Thus, then, they can be allowed, even encouraged, to ratify the decisions of those who are better than them in periodic elections. The mob is the proper target of the media and the obedience-oriented public education system and training in the necessary skills, including repeating patriotic maxims on appropriate occasions. For submission to become a reliable feature, it must be set in all fields. The public must be an observer, not a participant, a consumer of ideology as well as a product. Eduardo Galeano affirms that the majority must resign themselves to the consumption of fantasy, since illusions of wealth are sold to the poor, illusions of freedom to the oppressed, dreams of victory to the vanquished and weak dreams of power. Only this will do. The problem of indoctrination is somewhat different for those who are supposed to participate in serious decision-making and control, the company, the state, and the cultural managers and sectors with the capacity to express their proposals in general. They must internalize the values of the system and share the necessary illusions that allow it to function in the interests of concentrated power and privilege, or at least be cynical enough to pretend that they do, an art that few can master. But they must also have some knowledge of the realities of the world, or they will not be able to carry out their tasks efficiently. Elite media and educational systems must navigate through these dilemmas, not an easy task, plagued by internal contradictions. It is interesting to see how it is dealt with, but this is beyond the scope of these observations. On the home front, several consensus-building techniques are needed, targeting the audience in question and their position on the scale of importance. For the lowliest and insignificant people abroad, another device is available, what a leading turn-of-the-century American sociologist, Franklin Henry Giddings, called consensus without consensus. If in later years the colonized see and admit that the disputed relationship was favorable to the highest interest, they can reasonably affirm that authority has been imposed with the consent of the governed, as when a parent scolds a stubborn child. Giddings was referring to the unreasonable creatures we were reluctantly killing in the Philippines for their own good. But this lesson has a more general application. As we have pointed out, Bolshevik overtones are evident everywhere. The systems have fundamental differences, but also amazing similarities. Lippmann's specialized class and Bernays' intelligent minority, who are to manage public and their own affairs according to liberal democratic theory, correspond to the Leninist vanguard of revolutionary intellectuals. The consensus fabrication advocated by Lippmann, Bernays, Niebuhr, Lasswell, and others is the agitprop of its Leninist counterparts. Following a script drawn up by Bakunin a century ago, the secular priesthood present in two of the major systems of hierarchy and coercion regards the masses as stupid and incompetent, a befuddled mob that must be ushered into a better world, a world that we, the intelligent minority, we will build for them, either by seizing state power ourselves from the Leninist model or by being useful to the owners and managers of the state capitalist systems if it is impossible to exploit the popular revolution to reach the pinnacle of power. Much like what Bakunin foresaw long before, the Leninist Red bureaucracy immediately proceeded to dismantle the organs of popular control, especially all institutional structures that might give working people some influence over their affairs as producers or citizens. Studying Bolshevik development programs from a comparative and historical perspective, Alexander Gerschenkron comments that Marxist ideology, or for that matter any socialist ideology, has had a very remote relationship, if any, with the great transformation developed by the Soviet government, including the almost six-fold increase in the volume of industrial production in the mid-1950s, the largest and longest-lasting industrialization effort in the history of the country's industrial development, at an extraordinary human cost, especially for the peasantry. That the same can be said of the organization of production and of life, social and political in general, is so obvious that no comment is needed. It is not surprising that the immediate destruction of the incipient socialist tendencies that emerged during the fermentation of the popular struggle in 1917 has been described by the world's two great propaganda establishments as a victory for socialism. For the Bolsheviks, the purpose of this charade was to take whatever advantage they could of the moral prestige of socialism. For the West, the purpose was to smear socialism and establish the system of ownership and management control over all aspects of economic, political, and social life. The collapse of the Leninist system cannot properly be called a victory for socialism, any more than the collapses of Hitler and Mussolini can be described in these terms. But, as in previous cases, it does remove a barrier to the realization of socialist ideals. Libertarians of the popular movements that were crushed in Russia in 1917, in Germany soon after, in Spain in 1936, and everywhere else, often with the Leninist vanguard leading the way to the plebs with their radical democratic and libertarian socialist aspirations. 3. Lack of strength. Hume proposed this paradox for both despotic and freer societies. This last case is by far the most important. As the social world becomes freer and more diverse, the task of inducing compliance becomes more complex and the problem of unraveling the mechanisms of indoctrination even more so. But apart from intellectual interest, the case of free societies has a greater human importance because here we talk about ourselves and we can act on what we learn. Precisely for this reason, the dominant culture will always try to externalize human concerns, directing them to the insufficiencies and abuses of others. When the plans of the United States fail in some corner of the Third World, we focus our attention on the defects and special problems of these cultures and their social disorders, not ours. Fame, fortune, and respect await those who reveal the crimes of enemies. Officers. Those who undertake the far more important task of presenting a mirror to their own societies can expect quite different treatment. George Orwell is famous for Animal Farm and 1984, both of which focus on the official enemy. If it had addressed the more interesting and significant issue of thought control in relatively free and democratic societies, it would not have been appreciated, and instead of great acclaim, it would have been the subject of quiet rejection or insult. However, let us return to the most important and unacceptable issues. Continuing with the governments that are freer and more popular, why do the governed submit, if force is on their side? First of all, we should consider a preliminary question: to what extent is force on the side of the governed? Here you have to be careful. Societies are considered free and democratic as long as the coercive power of the state is limited. The United States is, in this regard, an unusual case. Here, perhaps more than anywhere else in the world, the citizen is free from state coercion, at least, the relatively privileged citizen with the skin of the right color, a substantial part of the population. But it is a mere cliché that the state represents only one sector of the nexus of power. Control over investment, production, trade, finance, working conditions, and other crucial aspects of social policy is in private hands. Not wanting to conform to this structure of authority and power carries costs, ranging from the strength of the state to the costs of deprivation and struggle. Even an independent-minded individual can hardly fail to compare them to the pertinent benefits of submission, meager as they may be. Meaningful options are therefore greatly limited. Similar factors obviously limit the variety of ideas and opinions. Coherent expression is modeled by the same private powers that control the economy. It is mostly dominated by major companies that sell auditoriums to advertisers and naturally reflect the interests of the owners and their market. The ability to articulate and communicate one's views, concerns, and interests, or even to discover them, is thus also severely limited. The denial of these platitudes about effective power is inherent in the structure of the necessary fantasy. Thus, one critic of the media, reviewing a newspaper book in the New York Times, unquestioningly refers to the Jeffersonian role of the press as a counterweight to government power. The expression contains three fundamental assumptions: one historical, one descriptive, and one ideological. The historical claim is that Jefferson was a committed defender of press freedom, which is false. The second is that the press functions, in reality, as a counterweight to the government rather than as a faithful servant, which is presented here as a doctrine, thus avoiding any need to confront the massive series of detailed documentation that refutes this dogma. The ideological principle is that Jeffersonian libertarianism, considered abstractly, apart from its realization in practice, would require the press to be a counterweight to government power. This is wrong. The libertarian concept is that the press should be independent and therefore a counterweight to centralized power of all kinds. In Jefferson's time, the powers that were most important were the state, the church, and feudal structures. Soon after, new forms of centralized power emerged in the world of corporate capitalism. A Jeffersonian would argue, then, that the press should be a counterweight to state or corporate power, and critically, to the nexus between state and business. But bringing up this subject leads us into forbidden territory. Apart from the general limitations on well-articulated choice and opinion inherent in the concentration of private power, it also places severe limits on government action. The United States has also been unusual in this regard among industrial democracies, although convergence toward the American model is evident everywhere. The United States is close to the limit in its guarantees for freedom from state coercion and also in the poverty of its political life. There is essentially one political party, the Business Party, with two factions. Changing coalitions of investors account for much of the political story. Trade unions, or other grassroots organizations that might offer a way for the general public to play a role in influential political programs and options, hardly work, apart from the more specific field. The ideological system is limited by the consensus of the privileged. Elections are very much a ritual element. In congressional elections, Virtually all squatters return to office, a reflection of the emptiness of the political system and the options it offers. There is hardly any pretense that substantive issues are at stake in presidential campaigns. Well-articulated programs are little more than a vote-gathering device, with candidates tailoring their messages to their audiences as public relations tacticians advise. Political commentators are especially wary of questions like whether Reagan will remember his role or whether Mondale looks too bleak or whether Dukakis can steal his body from the mire thrown at him by George Bush's speechwriters. In the 1984 elections, the two political factions almost switched their traditional policies, with the Republicans presenting themselves as the party of Keynesian growth and state intervention in the economy and the Democrats as the advocates of fiscal conservatism. Very few even noticed. Half the population doesn't bother to fill out the ballot papers, and those who do bother often consciously vote against their own interests. The public is given the opportunity to ratify decisions made elsewhere, in accordance with the prescriptions of Lippmann and other democratic theorists. You can choose between personalities that are presented in a game of symbolic politics that only the most naive take seriously. When they do, the sophisticated make fun of them. Criticism of President Bush's demand for increased revenue after winning the election through the firm and eloquent promise not to raise taxes is a cheap political trick, comments Harvard media and political scientist Marty Linsky, under the headline Election Promises, Made to be Broken. When Bush won the election, sweeping the public away with his "Read my lips, no more taxes" chant, he was merely expressing his worldview, making a statement of his hopes. Those who thought he was promising no new taxes fail to understand that elections and government are different ball games, played with different goals and rules. The point of elections is to win, Linsky rightly observes, expressing the cynicism of the sophisticated. And the purpose of governing is to do what is best for the country, he adds, repeating like a parrot the necessary illusions that respectability demands. These trends were accelerated in the Reagan era. The population overwhelmingly opposed his administration's policies, and even Reagan's voters in 1984, by a ratio of 3-2, hoped that his legislative program would not be implemented. In the 1980 election, 4% of the electorate voted for Reagan because they considered him a true conservative. In 1984, they dropped to 1%. This is what is called a landslide victory for conservatism in political rhetoric. On the other hand, contrary to many claims, Reagan's popularity was never particularly high, and much of the population seemed to understand that he was a media creation, that he had only the vaguest idea of what government policy might be. It is remarkable that today this fact is tacitly admitted. By the time the great communicator was no longer useful as a symbol, it was quickly hidden away. After 8 years of pretending about the revolution that Reagan brought about, no one would think of asking his champion for his ideas on any subject, because it is understood, as it has always been understood, that he has none. When Reagan was invited to Japan as an old statesman, his hosts were surprised and, given the hefty fees, somewhat annoyed to find that he couldn't hold press conferences or speak on any subject. His bewilderment provoked some laughter in the American press. The Japanese believed what they had read about this remarkable figure and had not understood the workings of the mysterious Western mind. The deception perpetrated by the media and the intellectual community has some relevance to Hume's paradox about submission to authority. State capitalist democracy has a certain tension regarding the location of power. In principle, the people rule, but effective power resides mostly in private hands, with large-scale effects throughout the social order. One way to reduce tension is to remove the audience from the scene, except in form. The Reagan phenomenon offered a new way to achieve this fundamental goal of capitalist democracy. The position of chief executive was, in effect, eliminated in favor of a symbolic figure manufactured by the public relations industry to perform certain ritual tasks, appearing on ceremonial occasions, receiving visitors, reading government statements, etc. This constitutes a great advance in the marginalization of the public. As the most sophisticated of state capitalist democracies, the United States has often led the way in inventing means to control the enemy within, and the latest inspiration will undoubtedly be imitated elsewhere, with the usual time difference. Even when problems arise in the political system, the concentration of effective power limits the threat. This question is mostly academic in the United States because of the subordination of the political and ideological system to business interests, but in the Southern democracies, where conflicting ideas and attitudes reach the political scene, the situation is different. As is once again familiar, government policies that private power finds distasteful will cause capital flight, investment slump, and social decline until business confidence is restored by abandoning the threat to privilege. These facts of life exert a decisive influence on the political system, with military force in reserve if things get out of hand, supported or enforced by the American watchdog. To roughly state the essential point, unless the rich and powerful are satisfied, everyone will suffer because they control the basic social levels, determining what will be produced and consumed, and what crumbs will trickle down to their subjects. Thus, when it comes to homeless people on the streets, the first objective is to ensure that the wealthy live happily in their mansions. This critical factor, along with simple control of resources, severely limits the strength of the government side and diminishes the Hume's paradox in a well-functioning capitalist democracy, in which the general public is dispersed and isolated. An understanding of these basic conditions, tacit or explicit, has long served as a guide to policy. Once popular organizations have been dispersed or crushed and decision-making power resides firmly in the hands of owners and managers, democratic forms are quite acceptable, even preferable as a legitimizing device for elite rule in a democracy run by the masses. Companies. This model was followed by North American planners in the reconstruction of industrial societies after the Second World War and is common in the Third World, although ensuring stability of the desired type is much more difficult there, if state terror is not resorted to. Once a working social order is firmly established, an individual who must find a relatively isolated place within it in order to survive will tend to think his ideas through, to adopt his assumptions about the inevitability of certain forms of authority, and, in generally to suit their purposes. The costs of an alternative path or of challenging power are high, resources are scarce and prospects are limited. These factors operate in slave and feudal societies where their efficacy has duly impressed counterinsurgency theorists, see below, paragraph beginning Back to Basics. In free societies, these factors manifest themselves differently. If their power to shape behavior begins to deteriorate, other means of taming the mob must be sought. When the force is on the side of the masters, they can rely on relatively crude means of consensus building and need not care openly about what the crowd thinks. Yet even violent state terror faces Hume's problem. The modalities of state terrorism that the United States has created for its clients have typically included at least a gesture to the hearts and minds of the victors, though experts caution against undue sentimentality, stating that all dilemmas are practical and as neutral in an ethical sense as the laws of physics. Nazi Germany shared these concerns, as Albert Speer argues in his autobiography, and the same can be said of Stalinist Russia. Discussing this case, Alexander Gerschenkron observes, regardless of the might of the army and the pervasiveness of the secret police that the government in question may have at its disposal, it would be naive to think that these instruments of physical oppression can suffice. Such a government can stay in power only if it succeeds in making the people believe that it fulfills an important social function that could not be fulfilled in its absence. Industrialization made this function easy for the Soviet government, which did what no government relying on the consent of the governed could have done. But, paradoxical as it may seem, these policies have, at the same time, ensured a certain broad conformity by the people. If all the forces of the population can be kept engaged in the processes of industrialization, and if this industrialization can be justified by the promise of happiness and abundance for future generations and, what is much more important, by the threat of military aggression from on the other side of the borders, the dictatorial government will find its power generally unanswered. This theory is supported by the rapid collapse of the Soviet system as its inability to progress to a more advanced stage of industrial and technological development became apparent. 4. The pragmatic criteria. It is important to be aware of the deep commitment of Western opinion to the repression of freedom and democracy, by force if necessary. To understand our own cultural world, we must recognize that the defense of terror is clear, explicit, and well-founded, across the entire political spectrum. It is superfluous to invoke the ideas of Jeane Kirkpatrick, George Will and the like. But few things change as we move towards the left of the political class, to borrow the term used by foreign policy editor Charles William Maines in an ode to the American crusade to further the cause of democracy. Consider political commentator Michael Kinsley, who represents the left within mainstream television commentary and debate. When the State Department publicly confirmed U.S. support for terrorist attacks against agricultural cooperatives in Nicaragua, Kinsley wrote that we should not be too hasty in condemning this official policy. These international terrorist operations undoubtedly cause great civilian suffering, he admitted. But if they succeed in undermining morale and confidence in the government, they may be perfectly legitimate. This policy is sound if cost-benefit analysis shows that the amount of blood and misery to be shed gives rise to democracy in the conventional sense already discussed. As a spokesman for the political class left, Kinsley insists that terror must satisfy the pragmatic criterion. Violence should not be used for no reason, merely because we find it amusing. This more humane concept would be readily accepted by Saddam Hussein, Abu Nidal, and the Hezbollah hijackers, who presumably also consider terror useless unless it has a value for its ends. These facts help us place educated Western opinion within the international spectrum. This reasoned discussion of the justification for terror is by no means unusual, which is why it elicits no reaction in respectable circles, just as there is no comment among its left liberal contributors and readers when the New Republic, for a long time, long considered the beacon of North American liberalism, he defends military aid to Latino-style fascists, regardless of how many people are killed because there are higher American priorities than Salvadoran human rights, see Chapter 10, p. 308. From the original edition of this work, Deterring Democracy. Appreciation of the healthy efficacy of terror, to use John Quincy Adams's expression, has been a common feature of educated Western thought. This provides the basic framework for the propaganda campaign regarding international terrorism in the 1980s. Naturally, terrorism directed against us or against our friends is strongly denounced as a return to barbarism. But the much more extreme terrorism that we and our agents carry out is considered constructive or, at worst, insignificant, if it satisfies the pragmatic criterion. Even the vast campaign of international terrorism launched against Cuba by the Kennedy administration, which far exceeded anything attributed to official enemies, does not exist in respected academic discourse or mainstream media. In his classic and highly respected scholarly study of international terrorism, Walter Laqueur portrays Cuba as a promoter of crime with innuendo but little pretense of credibility, while the campaign of international terrorism against Cuba is literally not worth a word. In fact, Cuba is classified among those terror-free societies. Latin American scholar Robert Wesson of the Hoover Institute writes that after the Bay of Pigs affair, when terror reached its peak, only nonviolent measures were taken against Cuban communism, namely, diplomatic isolation and commercial. The reference principle is clear and simple: their terror is terror, and the weakest evidence is enough to denounce it and trigger a just punishment on civilian spectators who happen to be in the way. Our terror, however much more extreme, is merely part of statecraft, and therefore does not enter into the discussion of the plague of the modern age. This practice is understandable based on the principles we have already discussed. Sometimes, the adaptability of the system could surprise even the most habitual of observers. Nothing offended American opinion more than the shooting down of KAL-007 in September 1983 by Soviet air forces. The densely printed format of the New York Times devoted 16 full pages to this atrocity in that month alone. It was not entirely lost on the fact that the reaction had been quite different from when the warship Vincennes shot down an Iranian civilian passenger plane on a commercial highway along the coast of Iran, in a need to demonstrate the feasibility of Aegis, its high-tech missile system, according to U.S. Navy Commander David Carlson, who gazed out loud in disbelief as he monitored events from a nearby naval ship. This fact was dismissed as an unfortunate mistake under difficult circumstances, for which the Iranians were definitely guilty. The last act of this instructive drama took place in April 1990, when the commander of the Vincennes, together with the officer in charge of anti-aircraft fire, received the award of the Legion of Honor for exceptionally meritorious behavior in the performance of exceptional service and for the calm and professional atmosphere prevailing under his command during the period of the destruction of the Iranian Airbus, with the death of 290 people. The tragedy is not mentioned in the texts of the citations, reported the AP agency. The media, it seems, found nothing worth commenting on in all of this, although condemnations of Iran's destruction of the airliner are occasionally singled out and dismissed with derision as gross attacks on the United States. We can imagine what the reaction would have been if Iran had gone from gross attacks on the United States to threats to retaliate with military strikes against U.S. targets, perhaps taking a cue from a Boston Globe feature article written by Yossi Melman and Dan Raviv on how to treat Saddam Hussein. A strategic strike against their oil fields or an air base might be appropriate, especially after intelligence uncovered evidence that the Iraqi president had rewarded the Air Force pilot who mistakenly attacked the USS Stark during the Gulf War. Western readers would be hard-pressed to learn of the award of the Legion d'Honneur to the commander of the Vincennes, but it did not go unnoticed in the Third World, where commentators were also quick to draw the conclusions eschewed within Western intellectual culture. Commenting on U.S. imperial policy, Third World Resurgence, Malaysia, places the downing of the Iraqi Airbus among acts of U.S. terrorism in the Middle East, mentioning the news of the award and adding that the Western public, which feeds on media, sees the situation in black and white and with only one dimension, unable to perceive what is obvious to those who escape the clutches of the Western propaganda system. 1. The huge massacres are treated according to the same criteria. Their terror and violence are crimes, ours are the art of government or an understandable mistake. In a study of American power and ideology 10 years ago, Edward Herman and I analyzed numerous examples of two types of atrocities, benign and constructive bloodshed that are acceptable or even advantageous to dominant interests, and evil ones. Bloodbaths perpetrated by official enemies. The former are ignored, denied, or sometimes even welcomed. The latter arouse great repugnance and often deception and fabrication, if the available evidence is judged inadequate for doctrinal requirements. One comparison we presented in great detail was particularly illuminating: Indonesia's benign bloodshed following its invasion of East Timor in 1975 and the Khmer Rouge's iniquitous bloodbath when they invaded Cambodia that same year. Analyzing virtually all available material, at the time, it covered mostly 1975 to 1977, we showed that the evidence regarding these two terrible bloodbaths in the same part of the world, in the same years was comparable, and indicated that the two massacres were comparable in magnitude and character. There were also differences. One of them was that the aggression and bloodshed by Indonesia received material and support. Crucial diplomatic efforts by the United States and its allies, and could have been quickly ended by revealing and withdrawing this aid, while no one came up with a serious proposal on how to mitigate Pol Pot's atrocities. For this reason, Timor's bloodshed was far more significant to the West, at least if elementary moral criteria apply. A second difference was in the reaction to the two bloodbaths. Following the pattern exemplified in all the information we reviewed, Timor's atrocities, and the decisive contribution of the United States and its allies, were suppressed or denied. The media avoided even the testimonies of the refugees, exactly as in the case of the terrifying U.S. bombing of Cambodia a few years later. In the parallel Khmer Rouge case, by contrast, we document a record of deception that would have impressed Stalin, including massive fabrication of evidence, suppression of useless evidence, Example: State Department observers' conclusions in Cambodia, the most expert source, but considered too limited to be useful for immediate purposes, and so on. The reaction to the revelation is also instructive. In the middle of the comparison corresponding to Timor, more silence, denials, and apologies. In the middle of Cambodia, a great chorus of protests claiming that we were denying or downplaying Pol Pot's atrocities. This was a patent falsehood, although it is true that the distinction between advocating that one intends to be faithful to the truth and excusing the necessities of the enemy is a difficult distinction for the mind of the commissioner, who, on the other hand, naturally bristles at any challenge to the right to lie in the service of the state, in particular when it is accompanied by a demonstration of the services rendered to the atrocities in progress. 0. In general, mass killings are considered benign, and the revelation of the direct participation of the U.S. government in it does not arouse any particular interest when the means suit our ends. And it is quite reasonable to regard counterinsurgency dilemmas as merely practical and ethically neutral. It is simply a matter of finding the right mix between the various population control techniques, which range, in practice, from bombing with B-52s and napalm to torture and mutilation and disappearance, and to more kind and soft means such as starvation and totalitarian control in concentration camps called strategic villages or model towns. Leading theorists of this form of international terrorism calmly explain that while it is a desirable goal to gain public loyalty for the government we support or impose, this is clearly a secondary consideration and does not provide an adequate conceptual framework for counterinsurgency programs. The unifying theme should be influential behavior, rather than attitudes. Charles Wolfe, chief economist of the Rand Corporation. Thus, Hume's problem does not arise. There is no need to worry about whether the force is on the side of the governed. As for influential behavior, techniques such as poultry confiscation, razing houses, destruction of villages are quite good as long as the toughness shown by government forces can be ambiguously recognized as being deliberately imposed on people because of the behavior of the population that contributes to the insurgent movement. If it is not, terror will be a foolish practice. The fundamental thing, continues this respected academic, is to connect all programs to the type of behavior of the population that the government wants to promote. Wolfe points to yet another advantage of this more scientific approach, emphasizing control of behavior rather than attitudes. It should improve the image of counterinsurgency in the United States. After all, we are a cultured society that respects science and technology and does not require a mystical reflection on ideas and attitudes. Note that when we focus on the United States, where coercive force is not readily available, we must be concerned with controlling attitudes and opinions. Even the imposition of mass starvation is legitimate if it satisfies the pragmatic criterion, as explained by Professor David Rowe, Director of Undergraduate Studies in International Relations at Yale University. Testifying in Congress before China became a valued ally, Rowe warned that the United States should purchase all surplus wheat from Canada and Australia in order to impose widespread famine on 1 billion people in China. A cost-effective method, he observed, to weaken the internal stability of that country. As an expert in Asian-minded, assured Congress that this policy would be particularly welcomed by the Japanese, because they have had a demonstration of the tremendous power of the United States in action, and have directly felt our power in the bombing of Toldo and in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Consequently, it would very intensely alarm the Japanese people and affect the extent of their friendly relations with us if it appeared that we were not willing to use the power that they know we have in Vietnam and China. Aside from the breadth of his vision, Rowe was following a well-charted path. As director of the humanitarian program that supplied food to starving Europeans after World War II, Herbert Hoover warned President Wilson that he was keeping a low level of food delivery to ensure dominance by anti-Bolshevik elements. In response to rumors of a serious riot on the 1st of May in Austria, Hoover issued a public warning that any such action would endanger the city's scarce food supply. Food destined for Hungary was withheld under the communist government of Bela Kun, with the promise that it would be supplied if he was overthrown in favor of a government acceptable to the United States. The economic blockade, together with Romanian military pressure, forced Kun to abandon power and flee to Moscow. Supported by French and British forces, the Romanian army joined forces with the Hungarian counter-revolutionary forces to administer a dose of white terror and install a right-wing dictatorship under Admiral Horthy, who collaborated with Hitler in the next phase of ending the Bolshevik beast. The threat of starvation was also used to buy the decisive Italian elections of 1948 and to help impose U.S. client rule in Nicaragua in 1990, among other notable examples. In South Vietnam, dams were bombed to cut off food supplies for South Vietnamese farmers resisting U.S. aggression, and crops were destroyed throughout Indochina, as in Central America in recent years. This practice dates back to the early Indian Wars, and was of course nothing new to the British colonizers. An analysis of the debate on Central America in the past decade reveals the decisive role of the pragmatic criterion. Guatemala was never a problem because the mass killing and repression showed its effectiveness. Previously, the church was indeed a problem, but, as Kenneth Freed comments in the Los Angeles Times, when 14 priests and hundreds of church workers were killed in military campaigns to destroy church support for social improvements such as higher wages and the end of the exploitation of the Indians, the church was intimidated and remained virtually silent. Physical intimidation eased when the pragmatic criterion had been satisfied. Terror rose again as the United States nurtured what they like to call democracy. Victims, observes a European diplomat, are almost always people whose opinions or activities are aimed at helping others to free themselves from the limitations imposed by those who hold political or economic power, such as a doctor trying to improve children's health, and that, consequently, is seen as attacking the established order. The security forces of the nascent democracy and the death squads associated with them seemed to have the situation reasonably under control, so there was no cause for undue concern in the United States, and there has been almost none. The media devoted some attention to the appalling human rights data in Guatemala as Washington proceeded to discredit President Cerezo and his Christian Democrats in a political turn toward more right-wing elements. However, the most timely lessons have yet to be imparted. Thus, Freed emphasizes Washington's disgust at the extraordinary violations of human rights by the security forces it supports. And, in the New York Times, Lindsey Grosson reports that Washington is increasing its reliance on the Guatemalan military, which is the source of the violations, including the Guatemalan Military Intelligence Service, G2, notable for its prominent role in the terror of condition. But he assures the reader that human rights issues rank high among U.S. political goals for Guatemala, a doctrinal truth that resists mere facts. Freed adds that General Hector Gramajo was a high-ranking officer in the early 1980s, when the Guatemalan military was accused of death of tens of thousands of people, mostly civilians. But, he continues, Gramajo is considered a moderate by the U.S. Embassy, the usual pattern. Freed quotes a Western diplomat who doubts that Gramajo himself is favoring all this killing by death squads linked to the security forces, although every time he senses that the left is trying to organize, he allows, if does not order, harsh action against them, and certainly does not eliminate any of the culprits. El Salvador and Nicaragua also illustrate the pragmatic approach. The media pretended not to know that the Salvadoran government had been carrying out mass killings since 1979, and hid the worst atrocities. In the early 1980s, it seemed that the United States might be drawn into intervention contrary to its interests. As a result, concern increased, and there were even a few months of fairly honest information. But when terror seemed to be achieving its goals thanks to U.S. direction and support, scruples were dispelled in favor of celebrating democracy as the government continued its programs of terror and intimidation. Nicaragua was held back because terror and economic warfare achieved only limited success. But these were the only concerns, and that became crystal clear when the population ended up following the orders of the United States after a decade of terror and destruction in a country largely devastated by Somoza's bloody attack and robbery, leaving to all right-wing people united in joy. Throughout this horrible decade of savagery and oppression, liberal humanists have presented themselves as critics of the states of terror maintained by U.S. violence in Central America. But this is nothing more than a facade, as we see from the requirement, almost unanimous in virtuous circles, that Nicaragua be incorporated into the Central American system of death squad regimes, and that the United States and its cruel clients must impose the regional criteria of El Salvador and Guatemala on the mistaken Sandinistas. A closer look more firmly establishes the dominant norm. Reports reveal almost unanimous opposition to the Sandinistas, with just a tactical disagreement on how they are to be overthrown, a big difference from gangster states that already meet regional criteria. The fact that the Sandinistas, unlike regimes favored by moderate liberals, whatever their sins, are not implicated in mass killings, terror and torture, goes unmentioned in the hundreds of columns taken from the national press. These issues are of almost zero importance to educated Western opinion, as this information reveals. Consequently, there is agreement that the only military force that should be dismantled is the only one that is not regularly involved in mass terror against the civilian population. As Edward Herman observed, just as there are worthy and unworthy victims, the worthy being those persecuted by official enemies, who cause great pain, and the unworthy are victims, whose fate is absolutely indifferent to us, there are armies worthy and unworthy. The dignified armies, such as those of Somoza, El Salvador, Guatemala, Indonesia, and others like them, do not need interference, since they are doing their job, they kill and torture for us. Unworthy armies do not meet these high criteria, even daring to protect their populations from the assassins we send. Therefore, they must be replaced by forces more akin to our needs and moral values. All this is such a common topic that it goes unnoticed. Nor are the social assistance and reform programs barely mentioned in hundreds of opinion columns on Nicaragua, considered remarkably efficient by international bodies until the United States managed to reverse this inopportune progress in the mid-1980s. Surprisingly, after the United States' victory in the 1990 Nicaraguan elections, it was suddenly allowed to take notice of these facts, now that the threat to wealth and power had been removed. Everywhere, the priorities of educated opinion look bright and clear. Returning to Hume's principles of government, it is clear that they need to be refined. True, when force is lacking and the usual punishments are not enough, it is necessary to resort to consensus fabrication. The populations of Western democracies, or, at least, those in a position to defend themselves, are off limits. Others are legitimate objects of repression and, in the Third World, large-scale terror is appropriate. Although the liberal conscience adds the qualification that it must be effective. The statesman, unlike the ideological fanatic, will understand that the means of violence must be used in a measured and considered way, just enough to achieve the desired ends. 5. The range of media. The pragmatic criterion dictates that violence is appropriate only when the mob cannot be controlled by other means. There are often other means. Another Rand counterinsurgency specialist was impressed by the relative docility of the poorer peasants and the firm authority of the landlords in the more feudal areas, where the landlord can exercise considerable influence over the behavior of his tenant, and easily discourage conduct inconsistent with their own interests. Only when docility is reduced, perhaps by meddling priests, are firmer measures required. A different option from open violence is legal repression. In Costa Rica, the United States was willing to tolerate social democracy. The first reason for this benign neglect was that the labor movement had been suppressed and full protection was offered to the rights of investors. The founder of Costa Rican democracy, José Figueres, was an enthusiastic supporter of North American business and the CIA, and was considered by the State Department to be the best advertising agency that the United Fruit Company could have found in Latin America. But the leading figure of Central American democracy lost support in the 1980s, and had to be censored entirely outside of Prensa Libre because of his critical attitude toward the U.S. war against Nicaragua and Washington's actions to restore it as well. In Costa Rica, the preferred Central American system. Even the effusive editorial and lengthy obituaries in the New York Times praising this democracy fighter when he died in June 1990 were careful to avoid these inconvenient diversions. In earlier years, when he was on his best behavior, Figueres recognized that the Costa Rican Communist Party, particularly strong among plantation workers, was posing an unacceptable challenge. Consequently, he arrested its leaders, declared the party illegal, and cracked down on its members. This policy was maintained throughout the 1960s, as efforts to establish any working-class party were prohibited by state authorities. Figueres explained these actions frankly: it was a sign of weakness. I admitted, when one is relatively weak against the strength of the enemy, it is necessary to have the courage to recognize it. These actions were accepted in the West as consistent with the liberal concept of democracy and, in fact, were virtually a precondition for the United States tolerating the Costa Rican exception. However, sometimes legal repression is not enough. The popular enemy is too powerful. Alarm bells will surely sound if it threatens the control of the political system by the elite of businessmen and landowners and military elements duly respectful of U.S. interests. Indications of such deviation call for stronger measures. This was the case in El Salvador. After the severe repression of nonviolent activities, the masses were with the guerrillas in the early 1980s in the opinion of José Napoleón Duarte, the figurehead imposed by the United States. To curb the threat of nationalism, which responded to popular demands and pressures, it was therefore necessary to resort to a war of extermination and genocide against a defenseless civilian population, to borrow the words of Archbishop Romero's successor a few months after the murder. Duarte, meanwhile, praised the army for its effortful service on the side of the people against subversion by taking the oath of office as civilian president of the military junta in order to provide a cover for the active involvement of the United States in the massacre, and, thus becoming a respected figure in Western circles. The broader framework was outlined by Father Ignacio Martin Barrow, one of the Jesuit priests assassinated in November 1989 and a prominent Salvadoran social psychologist. In a talk in California on the psychological consequences of political terrorism a few months before was assassinated. 0 He insisted on several relevant points. First of all, the most significant form of terrorism, by far, is state terrorism. That is, to terrorize the entire population through systematic actions carried out by the forces of the state. Second, this terrorism is an essential part of a government-imposed socio-political project geared to the needs of the privileged. For its implementation, the entire population must be terrified by internalized fear. Martin Barrow alludes to a third point, which is the most important for a Western audience: the socio-political project and the state terrorism that helps to carry it out are not specific to El Salvador, but rather are common characteristics of the domains of the United States in the Third World, for reasons deeply rooted in Western culture, institutions, and political planning, and wholly in accord with the values of educated opinion. These decisive factors explain much more than the fate of El Salvador. In the same talk, Martin Barrow referred to the massive campaign of political terrorism developed in El Salvador a decade ago, carried out with the support and initiative of the United States. He also pointed out that since 1984, with the advent of the presumed democratic government in El Salvador with Duarte, things seemed to change a little, but, in reality, things did not change. What changed was that the terrified population had only two options: go to the mountains and join the ranks of the rebels or adjust, at least apparently, to government-mandated programs. The killings then decreased in magnitude, a fact that generated considerable self-flagellation in the United States for our benign influence. The reason for this decrease, he observes, is that there was not so much need for extraordinary events, because people were very terrified, very paralyzed. The goal remained the same: to eliminate all significant opposition and protest. The dirty war has never ceased to be an essential ingredient of the socio-political project that the United States is trying to carry out in El Salvador, not even after the Formal democracy was introduced to legitimize war in the eyes of the West. These methods succeeded in the dismantling of the popular organizations of the masses, since the very existence of organizations that were not sympathetic to the government became impossible, and those militants who were not exterminated had to flee to the countryside or go underground or, traumatized by terror, abandon the struggle. By weakening the support bases of the revolutionary movement in all sectors of the population, there is no doubt that the Cold War was a success, a macabre success, to be sure, but a success nonetheless. Throughout that decade, and long after democracy was established, the Salvadoran church and human rights groups continued to describe how the security forces of the nascent democracy, with the full knowledge and cooperation of its North American promoters, imposed on Salvadoran society a regime of terror and panic, as a consequence of the persistent violation of basic human rights, marked by collective intimidation and generalized fear, on the one hand, and, on the other, the internalized acceptance of terror due to the daily and frequent use of violent means. In general, society accepts the frequent appearance of tortured bodies because basic rights, the right to life, have absolutely no decisive value for society. Legal Aid, December 1985. This last comment applies to monitors as well, as Secretary of State George Shultz underscored a few months later in one of his lamentations on terrorism, a talk held just as the United States was carrying out the terror bombing of Libya, killing too many civilians, to great applause at the national level. In El Salvador, he declared, the results are something all Americans can be proud of, at least, all Americans who revel in the sight of tortured bodies, starving children, terror and panic and widespread fear. In a paper on the media and public opinion in El Salvador that he was due to present at an international conference in December 1989, a month after he was assassinated, Martin Barrow wrote that the United States counterinsurgency project it merely emphasized the formal dimensions of democracy, and the media must be understood as a mechanism of psychological warfare. The small independent newspapers of El Salvador, the dominant and pro-business press, but still too undisciplined for the rulers. They had come under control by the security forces a decade earlier in the usual efficient way: kidnapping, murder, and physical destruction, events considered here too insignificant to even report. As for public opinion, Martin Barrow's unread paper reports a study showing that among workers, the lower middle class, and the poor, fewer than 20% feel free to express their opinions in public, a figure that amounted to 40% for the rich, another tribute to the salutary efficacy of terror, and another result of which all Americans should be proud. The continuity of U.S. policy is well illustrated by the information about the Atlasatl Battalion, whose soldiers professionally obeyed the orders of their officers to kill the Jesuits in cold blood, observed America's Watch on the 10th anniversary of the assassination of Archbishop Romero, proceeding to analyze some of the exploits of this elite unit, created, trained and equipped by the United States. It was formed in March 1981, when 15 counterinsurgency specialists were sent to El Salvador from the United States Army Special Forces School. From the beginning, the battalion was implicated in the deaths of a large number of civilians. A professor at the U.S. Army School of the Americas at Fort Benning, Georgia, described his soldiers as particularly fierce. We always had a hard time getting them to take prisoners instead of heirs. In December 1981, the battalion took part in an operation in which hundreds of civilians were killed in an orgy of murder, rape, and arson. About 1,000, according to the church's legal aid office. Subsequently, he was implicated in the bombing of towns and the murder of hundreds of civilians, by shooting, drowning and other methods, the vast majority of whom were women, children, and the elderly. This has been the systematic pattern of special warfare in El Salvador since the first major military operation in May 1980, when 600 civilians were killed and maimed in the Sumpul River in a joint operation by the Salvadoran and Honduran armies, a carnage revealed by church sources, human rights researchers, and the foreign press, but not by the U.S. media, which also has a role in psychological warfare. The Lawyers Committee for Human Rights stated in a letter to Defense Secretary Cheney that the Jesuit killers had been trained by U.S. Special Forces up to 3 days earlier. Of the murders, Father John de Cortina, Dean of Engineering at the Jesuit University of El Salvador, where the priests were killed, also maintained that the U.S. Army instructors were the same U.S. soldiers who were trapped in a hotel in El Salvador a few days later, in an incident that was widely publicized. In previous years, some of the Atlasatl Battalion's worst massacres occurred when they had just received training from the United States. The character of Salvadoran army training was described by a deserter who received political asylum in Texas in July 1990, after the immigration judge rejected a State Department request that he be denied asylum and sent back to the Savior. In this nascent democracy, the rich are not called up for military service. On the contrary, adolescents are recruited in camps carried out in poor neighborhoods and refugee camps. According to this deserter, whose name was withheld by the court, for obvious reasons the fifths are forced to kill dogs and vultures by biting their necks and ripping their heads off, and they had to watch as soldiers torture and kill suspected dissidents, ripping off their nails, cutting off their heads, cutting their bodies into pieces as if it were a doll and they were playing with their arms for entertainment, or starving them and torturing them to death. Recruits were told that they would be assigned the same tasks, and that torturing people and animals makes you more of a man and gives you more courage. In another recent case, a confessed member of a Salvadoran death squad associated with the Atlasatl Battalion, Cesar Vilmanjoya Martinez, testified about his direct experience in state terror, providing detailed information on the assassination operations carried out with the complicity of the advisors of the Intelligence Service of the United States and the government at the highest level, including extremely relevant evidence for the murder of the Jesuit priests. His testimony is corroborated by an associate who he also defected, in statements made before a Mexican Commission for Human Rights. Under the initial pretext that it would investigate Martinez's story, the Bush administration proceeded to make every effort to silence him and send him back to probable death in El Salvador, despite pleas from human rights organizations and the Congress that he be protected and that his testimony be heard. The treatment of the main witness to the murder of the Jesuits was similar. We could observe that the treatment received by the murdered Jesuit intellectuals themselves is not really different. Their murder and the judicial investigation, such as it is, received attention, but what they had to say did not. On this, we will find very little, even when no initiative would be required to discover it. For example, the August 1990 conference of the American Psychological Association in Boston had a series of lectures and symposiums that worked on the work of Father Martin Barrow, including one in which the video of his talk from California shortly before was shown. His murder. The conference was covered by the Boston Globe, but not these sessions. On the day they were held, the Globe preferred a work on male facial expressions that are attractive to women. After all, first things first. When Antonio Gramsci was imprisoned after the fascist seizure of power in Italy, the government summed up his case by saying, "We must make this brain stop working for 20 years. Our current favorites leave less to chance, brains need to be shut down for good, and we agree that their ideas on such issues as state terrorism had better remain unheard." The consequences of U.S. military training are abundantly evident in the documentation of human rights groups and the Salvadoran Church. These are graphically described by Reverend Daniel Santiago, a Catholic priest working in El Salvador, in the Jesuit magazine America. It tells the story of a peasant woman, who came home one day to find her mother, sister, and 3 children sitting at the table, with each person's decapitated head carefully placed on the table and their hands on it as if each body was caressing its own head. The assassins of the Salvadoran National Guard had. It was hard to keep the head of an 18-month-old baby in place, so they nailed their hands to it. A large plastic basin full of blood was gladly placed in the center of the table. 0. To give just one more example, shocking in the circumstances, we can go back to January 1988, when the United States finished its demolition of the Central American Peace Accords, exempting its cruel clients from the provisions that demanded justice, liberty, and democracy. Respect for human rights and guarantees for the inviolability of all forms of life and freedom. Precisely as the cynical triumph was taking place, the bodies of 2 men and a teenager were found in a notorious death squad dump, blindfolded, hands tied behind their backs and signs of torture. The Non-Governmental Commission for Human Rights, which continues to function despite the murder of its founders and directors, reported that in the previous 2 weeks 30 bodies had been found, most of them with signs of torture, including 2 women who they had been hung from a tree by their hair, their breasts cut off and their faces painted red. These reports were submitted anonymously, for fear of state terror. Nobody failed to recognize the traditional marks of death squads. The information was broadcast on the wire service and published prominently in Canada, but not in the national press in the United States. Reverend Santiago writes that macabre scenes of the kind he recounts are staged by the armed forces to intimidate. In El Salvador, people are not only killed by death squads, they are decapitated and their heads placed on a pike and used to adorn the landscape. The men are not only disemboweled by the Salvadoran Treasury Police. His severed genitalia are inserted into his mouth. Salvadoran women are not only raped by the National Guard. Her uterus is removed from her body and used to cover her face. Killing children is not enough. They are dragged over barbed wire until the flesh separates from their bones while parents are forced to watch. In El Salvador, the aesthetic of terror is religious. The intention is to ensure that the individual is totally subservient to the interests of the fatherland, which is why the death squads are sometimes called the National Salvation Army by the party. Arena in government, whose members, including President Cristiani, take a blood oath to the leader for life, Roberto D'Aubuisson. The armed forces take recruits from the age of 13 and indoctrinate them with rituals adopted from the Nazi SS, including brutalization and rape, so that they are prepared to kill with sexual connotations, as if it were a religious rite. They are scored according to the cruel testimony of corpses, mutilated flesh, scattered brains, and eyewitnesses. This sadomasochistic killing creates terror, and terror creates passivity in the face of oppression. A passive population is easy to control, so there are plenty of docile workers, who don't complain, and the socio-political project can be carried out with equanimity. Reverend Santiago reminds us that the current wave of violence is a reaction to the Church's attempts to organize the poor in the 1970s. State terror increased when the Church began to form peasant associations and mutual aid groups, which, together with other popular organizations, spread like wildfire through Latin American communities, writes Lars Skultz. That the United States immediately resorted to massive repression, with the cooperation of local elites, will surprise only those who are deliberately ignorant of history and planning history. Father Ignacio Ellacuria, rector of the Jesuit University before being assassinated together with Father Martin Barrow, described El Salvador as a lacerating reality, almost mortally wounded. He was close to Archbishop Romero and was with him when the Archbishop wrote to President Carter, begging in vain to withdraw aid from the junta. The Archbishop informed Father Ellacuria that his letter had been inspired by the new concept of special warfare, which consists of cruelly eliminating all efforts by popular organizations under the allegation of communism or terrorism. Special warfare, whether called counterinsurgency or low-intensity conflict or any other euphemism, is simply international terrorism and has long been official United States policy, a weapon in the arsenal used for the larger project socio-political. The same has happened in neighboring Guatemala. The scholar, Latin American Piero Gligices writes that in the traditional culture of fear, fierce repression was enough to impose peace or order. In the same way that the Indian was catalogued as a wild beast to justify his exploitation, those who wanted social reform were catalogued as communists to justify his persecution. The decade of 1944 to 1954 was a unique deviation, marked by political democracy, strong communist influence in the administration of President Jacobo Arbenz, 1951 to 1954, and Arbenz agrarian reform spring years in the country of eternal tyranny, in the words of a Guatemalan poet. 500,000 people received desperately needed land, the first time in the country's history that land was given to Indians instead of being stolen. A new wind stirred the Guatemalan countryside. The culture of terror was losing its influence over the great masses of the Guatemalan population. In a not unattainable future, it might have vanished, like a distant nightmare. The leaders of the Communist Party were considered by the American Embassy as the only exception to venality and ambition. Were very honest, very committed, the only people who were committed to hard work, an embassy official commented. That was the tragedy, he added, they were our worst enemies, and they had to be eliminated along with the reforms they had helped bring about. The nightmare was restored by a coup organized by the CIA, with the cooperation of Guatemalan officials who betrayed their country out of fear of the regional superpower, concludes Glagices. With the regular support of the United States, the regime of terror and torture and disappearance has been maintained, reaching its apogee in the late 1960s with the direct participation of the U.S. government. When the terror subsided, there was a wave of conscientization, increased political consciousness, mostly under the auspices of the Church. This wave inspired the usual reaction, the army. He intensified the terror, assassinating cooperative leaders, bilingual teachers, community leaders, and popular organizers actually following the same script as in El Salvador and Nicaragua. In the early 1980s, the terror reached the level of global massacre in the highlands inhabited by the Indians. The Reagan administration was not only a supporter of the triumphs of her friends, but she was excited for them. Let us remember that the Guatemalan generals are moderates who observe the pragmatic criterion. When the Indians who had fled to the mountains to survive returned, unable to bear the harsh conditions and begging for forgiveness, the army was generous. Glagices observes, it no longer killed the supplicants, except from time to time, as a reminder. When order was once again restored, the generals accepted the advice of the United States and instituted a democratic facade, behind which they and their allies in the oligarchy would continue to rule. The same terror that controlled the Church also silenced the call for reform. Rare is the Guatemalan who does not express his political beliefs, says Glagices. The peasants say that they will not support the defenders of the agrarian reform because they do not want problems with the army. Arbenz taught us how to build a house, one of them told an anthropologist, but not how to make it strong, and at the first attack the house falls on us. Preferred style democracy is not likely to face any popular threat under these conditions. The basic problem of the spring years was the excess of freedom and democracy. The CIA warned in 1952 that the government's radical and nationalist policies had won the support or compliance of almost all Guatemalans, a sign of what the CIA would later call its low intellectual level. See above, paragraph beginning. Note that this is a variant. Even worse, the government was proceeding to mobilize the hitherto politically inert peasantry and to create mass support for the current regime. It was advancing toward these goals through labor organization, land reform, and other nationalist social and political reforms identified with the Guatemalan Revolution of 1944. The revolution had generated a strong national movement to liberate Guatemala from the military dictatorship, social backwardness, and economic colonialism that had been the pattern of the past, and had inspired loyalty and conformed to the interest of the majority of politically conscious Guatemalans. The democratic programs of the government offered the public a means to participate in the attainment of these goals, which went directly against the interests of the oligarchy and the North American corporations. Processing and distribution of agricultural products. Once things returned to normal through the CIA coup, a secret State Department intelligence report commented that the democratic leadership that had fortunately been overthrown insisted on maintaining an open political system, thus allowing the communists to expand their operations and effectively attract various sections of the population. Neither the military nor the selfish politicians were able to overcome this deficiency, which was finally remedied by the coup. Once again, the United States found itself in the familiar situation, politically weak but militarily and economically strong. Political options followed naturally. U.S. government officials have constantly lamented that Latin American countries are insufficiently repressive, too open, too committed to civil liberties, unwilling to impose necessary limitations on the movement and dissemination of information, and generally unwilling to adhere to the social and political standards of the United States, thus tolerating conditions in which dissent can flourish and reach a popular audience. In our country, even the smallest groups can be subjected to severe repression if it is felt that their potential reach may be too great. During the campaign waged by the National Political Police against the Black Panthers, including assassination, instigation of ghetto raids, and various other methods, the FBI estimated that the core members of the organization in question numbered only 800, but he ominously added that a recent poll indicates that approximately 25% of the black population had great respect for the Black Panther Party, including 43% of blacks under the age of 21. The state law enforcement agencies waged a campaign of violence and disorganization to ensure that the Panthers failed to organize into a substantial social or political force, with great success, as the organization was decimated and the remaining members proceeded to self-destruct. The FBI operations carried out during those same years and directed against the entire New Left were motivated by similar concerns. The same internal document of the intelligence service warns that the movement of young rebels known as the New Left, which involves and influences a large number of university students, is having a serious impact on contemporary society with the potential for serious damage. Internal dissension. The New Left has revolutionary intentions and identifies with Marxism-Leninism. It has attempted to infiltrate and radicalize the labor movement, and after failing to subvert and control the media, has established a vast network of clandestine publications useful for the dual purpose of an internal network of communication and an external organ of propaganda. Consequently, it poses a threat to the civil sector of our society, which must be contained by the state security apparatus. Freedom is fine, but within limits. On the international stage, tactical options are severely limited by fundamental institutional imperatives. Positions along this spectrum are by no means established. Thus, Henry Kissinger was a moderate when it came to China, on which he agreed with Richard Nixon that hardline politics was unproductive and that other measures could draw China into the US-dominated global system. At the same time, he was a warmonger when it came to the Middle East, supporting Israel's refusal to accept the full-scale peace treaty proposed by Egypt and Jordan in early 1971 and blocking State Department action toward a diplomatic resolution of the Middle East Arab-Israeli conflict, establishing a politics that still prevails and that explains much of what is happening in this region today. His successor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, has a history of being an extreme warmonger, but, in the 1990 Gulf crisis, he strongly opposed the administration's strategic idea, joining those who urged relying on sanctions rather than seeking victory through the threat or use of military force, with its likely consequences for American interests in the Middle East and beyond. There are many other examples. We can learn many things by paying attention to the range of options. Focusing only on Latin America, let us consider the efforts to eliminate the Allende regime in Chile. There were two parallel operations. Track 2, the hard line, was oriented to a military coup. It was hidden from Ambassador Edward Corey, a Kennedy liberal, whose task was to implement Track I, the soft line. In Corey's words, to do everything in our power to condemn Chile and Chileans to the greatest deprivation and poverty, a policy long thought to accelerate the harsh characteristics of a communist society in Chile. The soft line was an extension of the CIA's long-term effort to control Chilean democracy. An indication of its level is that, in the 1964 elections, the CIA spent per Chilean voter, in order to block Allende, twice the total spent per voter by both parties in the U.S. elections of the same year. Similarly, in the case of Cuba, The Eisenhower administration planned a direct attack while softliner Vice President Nixon expressed, in a secret discussion in June 1960, his concern that, according to a report by the CIA, the economic situation in Cuba had deteriorated significantly since the overthrow of Batista, later urging the adoption of specific measures to exercise increased economic pressure on Cuba. 0. To cite another illustrative case, in 1949, the CIA identified two areas of instability in Latin America: Bolivia and Guatemala. The Eisenhower administration went hardline to overthrow capitalist democracy in Guatemala, but went softline when it came to the Bolivian Revolution, which had the support of the Communist Party and radical tin miners, had led to expropriation and even advanced towards criminal agitation of the Indians of the farms and mines and towards a conference in favor of peace, warned a right-wing archbishop. The White House concluded that the best plan was to support the less radical elements, hoping that the pressures of the United States, including the domination of the tin market, would serve to control unwanted processes. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles insisted that this would be the best way to contain the communist infection in South America. Following the usual political cues, the United States assumed control over the Bolivian army, equipping it with modern weaponry and sending hundreds of officers to coup school in Panama and elsewhere. Bolivia soon submitted to the influence and control of the United States. In 1953, the National Security Council noted an improvement in the climate for private investment, including an agreement that allows a U.S. company to exploit two oil fields. A military coup took place in 1964. In 1980, a coup was carried out with the help of Klaus Barbie, who had been sent to Bolivia when he could no longer be protected in France, where he had been working under American control to suppress the anti-fascist resistance, as it had done with the Nazis. According to a recent UNICEF study, 1 in 3 Bolivian children suffers from malnutrition. Of the economically active population, 25% are unemployed and another 40% work in the informal sector, for example, smuggling and drugs. We have already analyzed the situation in Guatemala. There are several points that deserve attention. First, the consequences of the hard line in Guatemala and the soft line in Bolivia were similar. Second, both political decisions succeeded in their main objective, to contain the communist virus and the threat of national emancipation movements. Third, both policies are evidently considered quite correct, as we see in the case of Bolivia due to the total lack of interest in what has happened since then, apart from the possible costs for the United States due to the drug business. And, in the case of Guatemala, because of the successful intervention carried out under Kennedy to block democratic elections, the direct participation of the United States in bloody counterinsurgency campaigns under Lyndon Johnson, the continued supply of arms to Guatemala in the late 1970s, contrary to illusory denials, and reliance on our Israeli mercenary state to fill any gaps when congressional restrictions finally went into effect, enthusiastic American support for atrocities that far exceed even the staggering Guatemalan norm of the year's 1980s, and applause for the nascent democracy that the ruling military now tolerates as a means of extracting money from Congress. We can say that these are confusing episodes and wrong, which, in fact, achieved their main objectives, but nothing more. Stephen Kinzer. Fourth, the soft line and the hard line were adopted by the same people, at the same time, revealing that the problems are tactical and that they do not imply any deviation from the common principle. All this gives us an idea of the nature of politics and the political culture in which it is formed. The same methods can be applied in general, as in cases already discussed, and many other similar ones. The fundamental story is, everywhere, that the subversion of democracy is carried out in self-defense against the Soviet threat. We had no choice, as the editor of Foreign Affairs explains, see above, paragraph beginning, in public discourse they reigned. John Lewis Gaddis is more accurate when he observes that the growing success of the communist parties in Western Europe, the Eastern Mediterranean, and China rightly aroused suspicion about the behavior of the Soviet Union, despite its popularity, was born primarily out of their effectiveness as resistance fighters against the Axis. The problem is the plebs, and it must be defeated by other means if the democratic processes cannot be properly channeled. 6. The wild crowd. Hume's paradox of government arises only if we assume that a crucial element of essential human nature is what Bakunin called an instinct for freedom. What Hume finds surprising is that he cannot act on this instinct. This very failure inspired Rousseau's classic lament that people are born free, but are forever in chains, seduced by the illusions of civil society created by the rich in order to guarantee their plunder. Some may adopt this assumption as one of the natural beliefs that guide their behavior and thinking. Efforts have been made to ground the freedom instinct in a substantive theory of human nature. They are interesting, but they certainly do not confirm the issue. Like other dogmas of common sense, this belief remains a regulating principle that we adopt or reject as a dogma of faith. The decision we make can have large-scale consequences for ourselves and for others. Those who espouse the common sense principle that liberty is our natural right and an essential necessity will agree with Bertrand Russell that anarchism is the ultimate ideal society should approximate. The structures of hierarchy and domination are illegitimate. They can only be defended on grounds of compelling necessity, an argument that rarely stands up to scrutiny. As Russell went on to observe 70 years ago, the old ties of authority have little intrinsic merit. Reasons are needed for people to give up their rights, and the reasons given are false reasons, convincing only those who have a selfish interest in being convinced. The state of revolt, he continued, exists in women against men, in oppressed nations against their oppressors, and, above all, in the labor movement against capital. It is a state of utter danger, as all past history shows, but also full of hope. Russell attributed the habit of submission, in part, to educational practices. His views are reminiscent of 17th and 18th century thinkers, who held that the mind should not be crammed with knowledge from nothing, like a container, but should be stimulated and aroused. The growth of knowledge resembles the growth of a fruit. Although external causes may contribute to some extent, it is the internal vigor and virtue of the tree that must season the juices until they reach their precise ripeness. Similar ideas underlie Enlightenment thought about political and intellectual freedom, and about the independent labor movement, which transforms the worker into an instrument for other ends rather than a human being who satisfies inner needs, a fundamental tenet of thought. Classical liberal, though long forgotten because of its revolutionary implications. These ideas and values retain their power and relevance, although they are far from being realized throughout the world. As long as this is so, the libertarian revolutions of the 18th century are far from being consummated, a vision for the future. We might suppose that this natural belief is to be confirmed by the fact that, despite all efforts to contain it, the mob continues to fight for their fundamental human rights. And with him, time, some liberal ideals have been partially realized or have become common currency. Many of the offensive ideas of the radical Democrats of the 17th century, for example, seem today quite innocuous, although other early ideas remain beyond our current moral and intellectual reach. The fight for freedom of expression is an interesting case, and a crucial case, since it is at the core of a whole series of freedoms and rights. A fundamental question of the modern age is when, if at all, the state can act to ban the content of communications. As we have noted before, even those who are regarded as leading libertarians have taken restrictive and moderate views on this question. A critical element is seditious libel, the idea that the state can be criminally attacked by the expression, the hallmark of closed societies throughout the world, observes legal historian Harry Cavan. A society that tolerates laws against seditious libel is not free, whatever its other virtues. In late 17th century England, men were castrated, disemboweled, hacked to pieces, and beheaded for this crime. Throughout the 18th century, there was a general consensus that established authority could only be maintained by silencing subversive discussion, and any threat, real or imagined, to the good reputation of government must be averted by force. Leonard Levy. Individuals are not judges of their superiors. Since this would confuse any government, one editor wrote. The truth was not a defense. True accusations were even more criminal than false ones because they tended even more to drag authority into disrepute. The treatment of dissenting opinion incidentally follows a similar pattern in our more liberal age. False and ridiculous accusations are not real problems. It is the excessive criticism that reveals unwanted truths from which society must be protected. The seditious libel doctrine was also defended in the American colonies. The intolerance towards dissent during the Revolutionary period is remarkable. The prominent American liberal Thomas Jefferson agreed that the punishment of a traitor in thought, but not in action, was appropriate, and he authorized the internment of suspects. Politicians. He and other founders agreed that treasonous or disrespectful words against the authority of the nation-state or any of its component states was criminal. Leonard Levy observes that during the Revolution, Jefferson, like Washington, the Adamses, and Paine, believed that serious differences in political opinion on the question of independence could not be tolerated. There was no acceptable alternative to complete submission to the patriotic cause. Everywhere there was unlimited freedom to praise her, none to criticize her. When the Revolution broke out, the Continental Congress urged the states to enact legislation to prevent the people from being deceived and led into a wrong opinion. It was not until the Jeffersonians themselves were subjected to repressive measures in the late 1790s that they developed a more liberal body of thought to protect themselves. Backing down, however, when they rose to power. 0. Until World War I, there was only a limited basis for free speech in the United States, and it was not until 1964 that the seditious libel law was struck down by the Supreme Court. In 1969, the court finally protected the expression, except for incitement to imminent illegal action. 2 centuries after the Revolution, the court had finally adopted the position that had been advocated in 1776 by Jeremy Bentham, who argued that a free government must allow malcontents communicate your feelings, concert your plans, and practice all kinds of opposition except the revolt itself, before the executive power can bother you in a legally justified way. The 1969 Supreme Court decision formulated a liberal approach that I think is unique in the world. In Canada, for example, people are still jailed for spreading false news, which was made a crime in 1275 to protect the king. In Europe, the situation is even more primitive. France is a striking case because of the dramatic contrast between self-serving rhetoric and repressive practice, too common to go unnoticed. England has only limited protection of free speech, tolerating even such disgraces as the blasphemy law. The reaction to the Salman Rushdie affair, most spectacularly from the Conservatives, was particularly notable. Rushdie was charged with libel, seditious and blasphemous in court, but the High Court found that the blasphemy law affected only Christianity, not Islam, and that only a verbal attack against Her Majesty or Her Majesty's government or some other institution of state it is considered seditious libel. Thus, the court upheld a fundamental doctrine of Ayatollah Khomeini, Stalin, Goebbels, and other naysayers of freedom by recognizing that English law protects only domestic power from criticism. Many would undoubtedly agree with Conor Cruise O'Brien, who, when he was Minister for Posts and Telegraphs in Ireland, amended the Broadcasting Authority Act to allow authorities to refuse to broadcast any matter which, in the minister's opinion, tended to undermine the authority of the state. We should also consider that the right to freedom of expression in the United States was not established by the First Amendment to the Constitution, but only after the strenuous efforts carried out over a long period by the labor movement, the human rights movements and anti-war of the 60s, and other popular forces. James Madison pointed out that a parchment barrier will never be enough to prevent tyranny. Rights are not established by words, but are acquired and maintained through struggle. It's also worth remembering that victories for free speech are often won by defending the most vicious and horrendous viewpoints. The 1969 High Court decision was made in defense of the persecution of the Ku Klux Klan after a meeting with hooded figures, guns, and a burning cross, proclaiming to bury the Negro and return the Jews to Israel. Regarding freedom of expression, there are basically two positions: either one defends it vigorously, favoring points of view that one hates, or one rejects it in favor of Stalinist or fascist criteria. We do not know if the instinct of freedom is real or not. If it is, history teaches us that it can be hindered, but it is not dead yet. The courage and dedication of people fighting for freedom, their willingness to stand up to extreme state terror and violence, are often extraordinary. There has been a slow rise in consciousness over many years, and they have achieved objectives that were considered utopian or that were scarcely contemplated in previous times. An incurable optimist can point to this historical trajectory and express the hope that with a new decade, and soon a new century, humanity will be able to overcome some of its social ills. Others might draw a different lesson from recent history. It is difficult to find rational reasons to affirm one or another perspective. As in the case of many of the natural beliefs that guide our lives, we can do no better than choose according to our intuition and our hopes. The consequences of such a choice are clear. By denying the instinct for freedom, we will show that humans are a lethal mutation, an evolutionary impasse. By feeding it, if it is real, we can find ways to address human tragedies and problems of enormous magnitude. Finish. Fear of democracy. Noam Chomsky.